Hello, dear participants. If you want to check the audio or video, please feel free to do that. Have to.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone. This is Philip.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. This is Suhail.
Hello, Suhail.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Good morning, good
Bom
afternoon,
dia in
everyone.
Brazil, we say.
Yes.
Bom dia, tudo bem lá no Rio?
Opa!
É, morei em São Paulo quando era criança.
Oh, good. So we have Brazilian speakers, Portuguese speakers.
Exactly.
Good. Until which age?
Isso, até 7 anos.
7 anos. Okay. Good.
There is some echo.
Yes.
There is some echo. Maybe I'll.
Who has the echo? I don't hear any echo there.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Is it okay from my side?
We have interpretation of Kenya, right?
This is right, and the interpretation hasn't already been tested. All good.
Excellent. Thank you.
Set up.
So the audience are going to be watching this through Zoom or through another platform that's being where it's being aired.
There is a webcast of the sessions as well on the web. It's
Okay.
available for those who are not registered.
Right. أخي بلال فرقت معنا على لون الجرافات بس كنا طلعنا
Hey, exactly. Coordination.
at its best. It's good that we chose a different color for the tie at least.
بالضبط, exactly. How is Beirut today?
الحمد لله نشكر الحمد لله. بيروت عم تتوجع.
I understand.
Yeah.
صباح الخير جميعا.
صباح النور رضا.
دكتور سهيل، بتحب انت تعرض السلايدز من عندك؟
Sorry?
بتحب تعرض انت السلايدز من عندك؟ Would you like to share the slides from your end?
Would you be sharing or would I be sharing?
Yes, because you sent me later another slide with some edits. So this was not shared with the moderator.
So should I be sharing from my side?
Try to share for me.
If you want, I can send you here.
I also prefer to share from my side so I can control when to pass these slides.
I will send it to Sudan. Yes, Sudan. If you want,
I'll be sharing from my side too. And I still have this echo after 5 or 10 seconds.
I can't hear the echo anymore.
Recording in progress.
Eugenia?
Yes, Rhoda, hello.
Hi, hello. I just sent you, I know that it's short notice, but this is the editing, the latest
Sorry?
version of the, I sent you the latest version of the slides of Dr. Sohail.
You sent me by mail, right? I will check it now.
Your colleagues, it's 10 o'clock.
Yes, and Ruda, do you have a headset because we had an issue with interpretation yesterday?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And the interpretation, everything is ready, so whenever you want to start. Thank you.
Shall I start?
Are you starting, Ruda?
I am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Actually, I would like to welcome you to that session of today on blockchain and cybersecurity challenges and opportunities for digital finance. The session is to tackle some topics regarding the digital finance and mobile payments, and to what extent it contributes to the emerging technologies such as the blockchain is contributing to the advancement of the financial services, and maybe to tackle some cybersecurity issues related to the digital finance. I would like to hand over to the moderator of this session, Mr. Sulaiman Barada. He is advisor and head of United Arab Bank and Mr. Sulaiman is an independent technology business strategist. He is head of UAB Digital, where he spearheads the ecosystem digital transformation arm of the Union with an ecosystem-wide vision and mission and a mandate to leaving no financial institution behind in the digital economy within the Arab countries. Mr. Sulaiman is also chair of the advisory board of the Arab Banks Innovation Council. In that capacity and reporting into the Secretary General of the Union, Sulaiman is leading a pan-Arab digital banking agenda on fintech collaboration, open banking, CBDC, and other transformative initiatives affecting the Arab banking sector as a whole. Welcome, Dr. Sulaiman, and I leave to you to moderate this interesting session and to introduce the panelists.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Thank you very much, ITU, for having me. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you're tuning in from the world. And welcome to the ITU's global event on emerging technology for connectivity 2021, with a focus on the least developed countries, LDCs, landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, and small island developing states, SIDS. Our session today will focus on blockchain and cybersecurity challenges and opportunities for digital finance. A very timely topic that's starting to occupy the minds of of the actors within the financial and monetary space. I really congratulate ITU for introducing this panel to address the topic from various important angles. Digital finance and mobile payments have and continue to hold promises to improve the standard of living for many people in the developing world. Emerging technologies such as blockchain are swiftly entering the financial services sector and could resolve the trust issue, which is fundamental, in more efficient ways and manners. However, there's always inherent challenges, and one of those inherent challenges within the blockchain space, just like any other emerging technology, is the security of the mobile applications. Providing digital financial services needs a rigorous method to test for systemic vulnerabilities in a comprehensive manner. Being able to detect such vulnerabilities is no easy task for developers, for regulators, and DFS providers alike. So it's really starting to occupy the minds and the efforts of people involved in developing value propositions for digital finance. So without compromising the security, the personal data protection, and all the other inherent elements within these value propositions. ITU established recently a DFS Security Lab that can help regulators and service providers in auditing mobile payment applications. This session will provide a high-level overview of these innovative applications of blockchains, cybersecurity concerns for regulators, and related policy and regulatory challenges for the digital financial services sector. I'm going to be joined by my esteemed fellow panelists. So our panelists for the session today are Ms. Susana Maranhão Moreno, tuning in from Brazil, from the Brazilian Development Bank. Philip Ozeklen, Director of Objective Security. Dr. Suhail Munir, Advisor in Emerging Technologies and Digital Transformation from Dubai Digital Authority. And Arnold Kibuka, Project Officer, TSP at ITU. We will have two CE presentations on this panel. One of them is delivered by Ms. Susana, and the other one is delivered by Mr. Philip. And our first speaker for today is Ms. Susana Maranhão Moreno, who will be making her first presentation on the opportunities and challenges for blockchain and digital finance. Susana, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Sulaiman. Thank you for having me, and greetings for everyone. I will share my screen. Just a minute. Good. So, as you said, my presentation will be about blockchain for financial inclusion. So I can go straight to the topic, right? So blockchain can be seen as a trust machine, so a way to generate trust. And here I'm calling DLT, distributed ledger technology, and blockchain as synonymous for simplicity. And in the financial sector, we are used to have intermediaries as a way to generate trust. So we are now talking about another way, a technical way to generate trust in this domain. And we are talking about financial inclusion. So I want to start bringing to you the main factors for not having a bank account according to different researches with Unbanked. And the major one is not having enough money, or maybe it's too expensive for them. So first I want to dive a bit in this reason, and then I will comment a bit the other ones. So the major one, I want to talk a bit how DLT can help to tackle. So my question here is, can DLT help to make financial services more affordable? And I want to argue that digitalization in many domains leads to more affordable services, to more democratization of services. And I think it will not be different in finance sector. And DLT is a technology to that. It's not the only one, but it's a technology that it enables some new possibilities and permissionless innovation. That means that anyone can create new business model. Many startups are doing that, and it's not a task only for banks and for incumbents in the space. It's a permissionless innovation. And I'm very happy to see that there are many forums discussing digitalization, more digitalization in finance. So ITU, for example, has a lot of groups discussing that. We have the European Blockchain Observatory Forum, have the media covering that a lot too, and also the World Economic Forum. So there are many aspects of digitalization being discussed related to blockchain. I want to focus here in the decentralized finance a bit, because it's the one that where blockchain can play a major role. Instead of because in other ones, other technology can also play a major role, but this one in decentralized finance, they are based really on blockchain. These are some examples of services, of the financial services and products. And the idea of decentralized finance is that is to recreate all these services, all these products using a blockchain technology as a settlement layer. So in general, it's a non-custodial design. So you have to hold your own keys. You have to hold your own responsibility, the access to your money. And very important, it's a way that it's all open, as I said before, it's permissionless, and it's composable. So all the services are being created and one is using the other. So it's creating a whole ecosystem to be an option to the centralized finance. Okay, and the idea is that perhaps it's not really including people in the first place, but it's an ecosystem that is beginning, and it's based on a lot of technology. It's much more digitized than other options. So the idea is that it will enable new and affordable financial services. So another point that I want to make is that can DLT help to increase aid to vulnerable people? My argument is that yes, actually there are many projects dealing with that. And since the technology is able to increase the trust and transparency of social projects, the idea is that we can have more trust and transparency in these projects themselves. So the idea is that we can achieve more results in these projects. So I heard recently, and I found very inspiring these words: transparency leads to accountability, that leads to empathy, that leads to action. So these are some projects that perhaps with more transparency and trust, we will have more action, we'll have more results. So one example here is the building blocks. It's the World Food Program that's delivering food to refugees. So they're identifying them and are delivering food using DLT technology as a tool. The other one that I think is very inspiring is the project GIGA from ITU and UNICEF. So the idea is that to track the money that is going to schools. And although schools is not directly related to financial inclusion, of course, in a longer term, we will have more educated people, and it will help to give opportunities to them. So DLT can help here in this space. And the last point that I want to make in this barrier is that the point that DLT can also help to create market opportunity to these people. So DLT is a foundational technology and can be used as in different domains. So I brought here two examples. One of them is related to supply chain. So if we involve farmers in a supply chain using a business model with DLT, it's possible that they have access to their own data. They have ownership of the data that says that he or she is involved in this process. And it's really, really important. It's so important that for the banking sector, we have the open banking, where we can have access, ownership of our own data. But these people do not have banking, right? So if they have access to the data in the process that they are participating in, it will help them to participate in other market opportunities. And other example that I brought here is the recycling. So the recycling industry involves a lot of vulnerable people. And there are some projects that are trying to create a more transparent and valuable industry of recycling. And there is a possibility that with more valuable industry, the people who are working on that will receive more opportunities. So I think these three arguments are the answer to how DLT can help this major reason that's more than half of the answers of why not having a bank account. So there are other arguments here. That's one family member already has an account. And I think it's a more cultural argument. So DLT cannot directly help on that. Perhaps changing the first factor in a longer term, we will see a change in this cultural aspect. It will help. The other answer is that too far away. And if we digitalize finance, it will minimize the need for going to a bank branch. So I think it will also help in an indirect way. And the last one is the lack of necessary documentation that I want to briefly also talk a bit. So can DLT help with the lack of documentation is the question. And the answer is that there are lots of projects in DLT trying to address that. There is actually some standards from W3C trying to create what we are calling a decentralized identifier and verifiable credential that together can lead to sovereign identity. So the idea is that you are the owner of the data in a similar way that I said to the farmers. So you can present that in other opportunities. And I've seen some projects dealing with that. So in real life, the Kiva, that's a well-known microfinance institution. They are working with that for the last years. So they are creating decentralized identity and a verifiable credit history using this technology. And also Web of Certifier is an initiative that I'm proudly involved in. It's creating an open ecosystem to also enable certifiers to include people, to include different attributes, and to participate in the DeFi for Good initiative, where, for example, you can lend money from someone that's vulnerable, that lives, for example, in Brazil, that's a woman, and, for example, it's Catholic. So you can identify people in different ways and enable them to participate in different thematic DeFi process. So this is the answer of the question, the major barriers to financial inclusion. I just want to make two final remarks. One of them is that DLT, it's a new technology that is being included in a context where there is a lot of technology already. So we have to think in a way to interoperate the new technology with the existing ones. And there are also many DLT technologies that are being created, DLT, I mean blockchain technologies that are being created. So we need to interoperate among different chains, and we need to interoperate with existing services. So this idea of interoperability, and there are some models and there are some technology to that, are being discussed in IoT. So I'm also the vice leader of one group of that's discussing DLT in IoT, and this is an overview of the work that we are doing there. So there are some more information here. And finally, I want to just briefly mention the work that I'm doing here in Brazil. I'm from Development Bank, as I was presented. And here we are creating a digital infrastructure for blockchain blockchain applications focused on public interest. So the idea is to enable application focused on anti-fraud and pro-transparency measures. And we are doing that in a partnership with the Inter-America Development Bank. They are also promoting another blockchain infrastructure for Latin America that's focused on inclusion. And actually, they are more advanced. They already have more than 100 nodes, and there are 15 countries. We are starting. The project. Our project started last year, but together we are creating these two infrastructures that should interoperate and should bring, I hope, a lot of prosperity for our country. That's it from my side, and thank you very much for having me again.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for the intervention. This was quite insightful, and thanks for addressing inclusion to enough extent. And again, also congratulations for also taking inclusion from just an advocacy matter into into actual service. Thank you so much for the intervention once again. Moving on, I would like to offer the stage to Mr. Bilal Jamoussi, Chief of Department at ITU, to do a belated opening remarks for the panel. Sorry, Mr. Jamoussi, we missed you at the beginning. The floor is yours.
Oh, no worries. Thank you very much, Dr. Sulaiman. Good morning, good afternoon to our colleagues. I'm very pleased to join you to offer a few opening remarks, and I'm really excited to be with the colleagues from the banking sector. And that's the whole idea of this digital financial transformation. It is that it needs to be done hand in hand between the banking sector and the telecom sector, or the ICT sector. So I'm very pleased to be with you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to our discussion today. And I hope that you and your families are all in good health and good spirits. The ICT industry continues to transform at an extraordinary pace, and all sectors are now transforming with the help of ICTs. Different industries are entering new shared space with an associated convergence in the responsibilities of different regulatory authorities. Only with this new partnership and broad-based collaboration will we succeed in building an ICT environment deserving of our trust. We see this embodied by ITU standards work for blockchain and digital finance. The new ITU standards for blockchain provide toolsets to serve all innovators and practitioners, recognizing that applications will take a wide variety of forms. ITU standards can help industry and government undertake their blockchain journeys with greater certainty. Our aim has been to provide potential blockchain adopters with a clear view of this new technology and how it could best be applied. Our standards provide terms and definitions to support greater cohesion in the development and application of blockchain, and they detail the most important security considerations. They provide a set of assessment criteria to support efforts to understand the strengths and weaknesses of different blockchain platforms in different use cases. And they provide a high-level reference architecture detailing the key elements of a blockchain platform to build clarity around how these platforms should be described and assessed. These standards are built from an analysis of some 60 use cases of blockchain emerging in telecoms, finance, energy, supply chain, and government, to name just a few of the many sectors invested in this field. ITU studies began with an open-to-all focus group, jumpstarting the blockchain standards development now underway in membership-driven ITUT study groups. I would also like to highlight that startups and SMEs active in the focus group have followed their work into ITUT study groups, as some of the first companies to join ITU with a new reduced fee for startups and SMEs that we introduced last year. Security and trust are the key considerations in ITU standards work for blockchain, and equally so in ITU standards development for digital financial services. Just like blockchain, innovations in digital finance have taken us into uncharted territory. Collaboration on the ITU platform is helping new partners to enter this new frontier with greater certainty. ITU standards for digital finance provide for high quality of service and user experience, and they safeguard security to build trust. ITU also hosts a new security lab for digital financial services to support regulators and industry in building on firm technical foundations. We will learn more about these standards and how Security Lab in this session. And we encourage you to contact us for any further detail you may require. Broad-based collaboration was also instrumental in identifying and refining the demand for ITU action. This collaboration was driven by the ITU Focus Group, which was succeeded in 2017 by the Financial Inclusion Global Initiative, FIGI, an open framework for collaboration led by ITU, the World Bank, and the Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructure, with support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In addition to new ITU standards, the FIGI collaboration delivered a wealth of valuable guidance in reports covering issues from incentivizing electronic payments to digital ID and strong authentication, the mitigation of security vulnerabilities in communication protocols, and security assurance frameworks to increase security across the value chain. I look forward to learning more about how ITU could best assist you in achieving your ambitions. We know that new partnerships will be fundamental to our achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We can reinforce these partnerships by working together in ITU standardization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamousi, for that introduction, for the opening remarks. Quite encouraging to see what ITU is doing, and certainly developing the right standards around that may hinder progress is something that's very much needed at this stage. So congratulations on pulling that, together, and certainly looking forward to being part of that movement by all means. Moving on the panel to our next esteemed panelist, Mr. Philippe Aslan. Mr. Philippe is going to present the next scene presentation that's going to address the topic from the cybersecurity challenges point of view. Both in terms of prevention and how it can be attended to, and what are the best practices within the space. Mr. Philippe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. We heard from Susanna that with decentralized finance and with blockchains, the key is in your hand. You hold your own key, responsible for the key, but actually your hand is not the hand, it's your mobile phone. So what we want to talk about is those applications that you run on your mobile phones. Are they really secure? How can you know if they are secure? Do we have a way of testing that? Let me share my screen to show you my slides. Here they come. So what we did is, for the Security Lab of ITU DFS, we developed this method of testing the security of mobile applications. Let me just show you the executive summary of that. So we developed in collaboration this test suite of 18 different tests that you can run on a mobile phone application independently without having contact or having to ask permission to the operator of that application, just whatever you can do on your phone yourself. So we developed this, this methodology and then applied that to 3 different applications and found out that actually they all have their own way of not being secure and not implementing the best practices. So this will open then the discussions about best practices for mobile applications for digital finance. What we based ourselves on for these tests was something called the OWASP Top 10. OWASP is a open source, freely accessible, non-for-profit effort where people try to identify and document the different vulnerabilities that you can find in applications, in web applications in general, but also in mobile applications in particular. So we started off based on this OWASP Mobile Top 10, which is a list of top 10 vulnerabilities that you find again and again in mobile applications, and that changes over the course of the years. And we started by using this top 10 to develop our testing suite. These top 10s are actually listed here. We're not going to go into the details of all of them. This would be very technical and take more time that we want to spend on that. But let me just show you the overview of that. Maybe just start with the first one. This is improper platform usage. You know that those mobile phones, be it Android platform or be it an iPhone platform, they have those security features that are getting better and better every year.
Philip, sorry to interrupt you, but actually we don't see the slides. We see only the paysage. Yeah, just please check.
Oh, that's, I mean, it's a nice paysage, but it's not what I wanted to show you. let me do it differently then.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
About that. I'll stop the share and then I'll share just the application. Maybe that will be better. Let me just resize that. Yeah, so what you saw was some winter landscape where the snow is gone by now, but landscape is still very nice. So let me share just this. Is that better? Can you see my slides now?
Yes, much better. Now we see it. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So yeah, so these are the top 10s that we get from the OWASP. The first one is the improper platform usage. I told you about that. They should use all these nice features that are in the phones. If you don't use them, they're not useful for anything, right? They should give you the security. You should use them accordingly. So we have some slides for all of those. Let me just, one more point on this slide. There's 3 things that we could not audit in this case. I told you we want to do a method that you can do independently on your own phone with your own tools. So there's like 3 of those top 10s that cannot be tested in that case. The insecure authorization, we're not going to try to hack into the servers. That would not be allowed. And then the ones that require access to the source code, because of course we don't get that source code for free just like this. So there's only 7 out of the 10s that we actually can test with that methodology. Let me just show you the details of one of them. Because we don't want to go into all the details, but this is the one about insecure communication. Of course, if you're doing financial transactions, authentication, and so on, you want that communication to be secure. So it should use at least HTTPS, which is the encrypted protocol used for communicating over the web. And when it connects to some server, it should not connect to just any server and just connect to it and exchange data with them. It should look at the certificates and only accept certificates which are trusted. So it could ask its operating system, Android, is that a trusted certificate or not? Or it can be even more paranoid, and that's what they usually do, is only accepts a certificate from that given company, from that given operator, and that prevents anybody else to be able to intercept the traffic. Because even if it's encrypted, you could have somebody in between who pretends to be your bank, and then they would see the traffic and be able to intercept that. So these are like the 3 steps they could have for really protecting the communications. And then there's one more, which is the application manifest. This is something which is very different between phone applications and computer applications. Phone apps, they declare what they want to do. So they can declare that they don't ever want to use clear text traffic, and then the operating system will prevent them from doing that. So even if by error they were going to do that, it would not be possible. So these are typically 4 tests that we could do to verify the security of the communication. That's all I wanted to show about the tests. There's more, but we want to, the interesting part is the results, right? You want to know how this came out. So we audited 3 different applications. And we are going to list all the results. None of the problems were critical problems. So by doing those local tests, we were not able to really completely break the system, but we saw many different best practices that were not applied. Let me give you the details in here. So this is the first application we audited. This is backed either by a bank account or by a credit card, or it can also be prepaid if you're not banked at all. That's possible too. And these are the 4 points that we found in that case. It has permission. Remember this manifest, so it asks to be allowed to write data on external storage, which is not the best practice because there it could be stolen. We didn't see any data there, but it could have done that. It uses weak cryptography like MD5, SHA-1, ECB. Those are things that are known for years to be weak and breakable. We don't have access to the source code, so we don't know where they use that. If it's for critical data, probably not. But we shouldn't have to ask ourselves that question. The best practice would be to not have any of these crypto algorithms in the code. So nobody would have to wonder, do they use it for critical things or not, right? So the best practice is to do away with those. And then we saw Mobi, that's the most interesting part of that application. When we intercepted the traffic, so we had to do some trickery because it would only trust the given certificate. So we had to fake being that certificate or ask it not to verify the certificate. But once we managed to do that, we could intercept the traffic. And then we saw that within the HTTPS connection, so within the encrypted tunnel, it was sending data in clear text. So we could see the phone numbers of people who were being paid, and we could see the amount of data of money that was sent to those people. Interestingly enough, there was a signature with that data, so we could not change the values. We didn't try that because that would be hacking the servers, but we assume from there on, because there's this signature, you would not be able to change the amount of money or the destination where the money is sent to. But somebody in position to intercept the traffic would see who is getting what amount of money. And the reason we were able to intercept the traffic in the first place was that it's because it was running on a rooted device. So a rooted device is a phone where you break the security layers in order to do the audits. And in that case, the phone should detect that and refuse to, the application should refuse to run in that case. This one didn't refuse, and that's how we got to see that it sends the traffic in clear text within this HTTPS tunnel. For the second application, this is a mobile operator which gives digital financial services across Africa. We saw that that application actually does send some clear text traffic. There was nothing sensitive in there, but this is not a good practice because this could be blocked, this could be manipulated, this could be read. And we understand that what it's doing there is trying to find out whether it wants to go over 4G or over the Wi-Fi network or anything else. And this part of the application runs in clear. So that's not very smart, even if it's not a big issue. And then something more interesting in that application is that every time you use it, well, every time you use it, you should have to give a PIN or show your fingerprint. But actually, this application doesn't do that. If you used it a short time before, it's not going to ask again for the PIN. So if somebody gets your phone because you want to show them some photographs or whatever, they can go into the application. They cannot do payments. If you do a payment, then you really need the fingerprint or the PIN code, but they can look at the application and there you can find, without any protection, the PUK that is on that application. This is an unlocking key, so people could write that down and then use it later to unlock your phone if they need to access to your phone or something like that. So that was an interesting thing we found about this one. Again, they use weak crypto, but we don't know for what they use that. And then the last application is also used in several countries across Africa and Asia. There we found the following issues. It doesn't disable screenshots, so people, you know that when you use your phone makes screenshots of all your applications actually, because when you want to switch between different applications, it shows you the little thumbnails where those are screenshots that the operating system takes regularly of your application. And financial applications should disable that, so that if somebody gets a hand on your phone and can see all the files in there, they won't find those screenshots where they can see what you did with your financial application. And then maybe the most interesting part in this one was similar to the other one. You can access the application without giving a PIN or fingerprint, not for doing transactions, but for other things. And what you can get there is not as bad as seeing a book, but you can see the balance of the person. So maybe that's not the best practice either. That should be protected by the PIN or the fingerprint. So to summarize all of that, we didn't see any critical vulnerability by just analyzing on the local phone and find a way to steal the money from everybody, right? But we saw that all of those applications do not follow the best practices, which are well known and which are standardized, and they don't. It's not the same best practices that they don't follow. Actually, some are better on this part and some are better on that part. So we see that there is really an effort required there to do more, to do a better auditing and quality control and safer applications, so that we can really trust them. When you give it into people's hand and they have the key for their money in their hand, they should be able to trust that system and be sure that it doesn't get stolen. So what we can say as a conclusion is that we do have a test method which is reproducible, so we can apply that to any DFS application on a phone. It's done locally, so we don't need to have any permission or access to the operator of the application. It will detect missing best practices. From that, it's still a step to know whether the implication is important or not. In that case, we probably would need to have the authorization to try actually if we can now steal some money or do some bad things with that. But on the other hand, what we see is that the providers of those applications, they could do much more, or maybe the regulator could step in and request that from those providers, is that those applications could be open sourced, so everybody could see the source code and go and check what they do with our data and how well they protect it. And another possibility would be to offer bug bounty programs, like all big software companies like Google, Microsoft, or so. They offer bug bounties when you find them. First of all, you're allowed to hack them within a certain domain where they explain exactly what you're allowed to do and what not. But if you are within those requirements, then you can try to hack those systems, and you even get paid if you find a bug in their systems. So those two things could really give more transparency and more trust to people who use those mobile applications for their finances. And I want to conclude on that and give back the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip, for the insightful presentation. This is quite interesting development, and I see in many economies and countries, you know, when regulators want to allow for innovations to happen within a country, cybersecurity is always top of mind. So with this vulnerability detection tool, I think that's going to make the regulators' lives easier in terms of allowing things to be developed and then properly tested according to international standards before they are rolled out to the mass or to the market. So once again, thank you very much. I think we will hear more elaboration also from Arnold on the DFS Security Lab. So under the Financial Inclusion Global Initiative, IDU has established a DFS Security Lab to collaborate with DFS regulators and providers in emerging economies to conduct security audits of DFS applications and enhance implementation of security best practices for digital finance. So Arnold, I would like to call you on the stage, please, and help us with some insights as to the information that you can provide about the DFS Security Lab and how that can assist regulators in their economies.
Thank you, Mr. Suleiman. So to answer that question, I think I'm going to use a couple of slides. Just give me a moment to put them up.
Sure.
I hope you can see my slides.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, like Bilal mentioned and Philip has mentioned earlier, what we're doing in the lab is to try and find a standardized way of actually testing DFS application. And this is the work that's coming out of the Fiji Security Infrastructure and Trust Working Group that was led by the ITU. It had a couple of experts and, you know, people from the banking sector and regulators, and yeah, all these contributed to, you know, the outputs of the Security Infrastructure and Trust Working Group. And what we did find was that security across the board is not pretty much well standardized, which means some applications actually end up being left out because there's not a standard way of developers looking at all these kind of issues. So in the lab, we had within the security infrastructure and trust working group, what we did is have a couple of outputs that actually inform how to improve on the level of assurance on security of digital financial services applications. And this came in a form of, let's say, some reports that we have. And one of them was the Digital Financial Services Security Assurance Framework. And this actually informs regulators and DFS providers on the threats and vulnerabilities within the complex DFS ecosystem. And then we do have another report on security testing of USSD and SDK, which I'll talk about briefly. And then we do have a security audit guideline. And this is mainly to help regulators and DFS providers be able to actually assess the applications and see if they are fit to the standard, to sort of like, be able to test whether they have some security baselines within them. And then third or fourth report is the audit on the various DFS applications. And this report actually is more detailed on what Philip has been providing. So it gives some kind of methodology on how applications can be tested, and also gives some sample results for people to look at and see how the results of these tests can be implemented. So with all this work that's came out of this, we realized that there is a need to have a security lab that can help bring these findings to regulators, providers, and developers of these digital financial services applications. And to achieve this goal, we've we have some 6 objectives that we are looking at. One is to collaborate with regulators, and in this collaboration, we're actually trying to bring regulators on board and share some of the findings that we have from the security infrastructure and trust working group. That is the reports and security audit guidelines, and sharing some of the findings on some of the security threats and vulnerabilities that are out there that affect digital financial services. And then the second bit, which is more interesting, that I'll also speak about a little bit later, is performing security audits. So Philip has already spoken about the Android testing and how that is done, but there's also another component that we do on USSD and SDK. And then the other bit is to encourage, developers, DFS providers, DFS regulators to adopt international standards that, have been established within the ITU and, also other international standards on security. And then the other bit that we provide as, part of the DFS Security Lab is we do organize security clinics. And these are usually with regulators or DFS providers to share with them, some of this knowledge that we've acquired from the Security Infrastructure and Trust Working Group. And sometimes, after doing some security audits for a particular country, then we can actually share some of those results in sort of like not sharing the exact results of the exact applications, but showing them some of the vulnerabilities that have been found without, telling which application, has these vulnerabilities, sort of similar to what Philip was showing you earlier. And then the other bit is we do some kind of cyber preparedness for DFS ecosystems. And that is to say that what happens when you have a cyber incident, what can a regulator do, or what can a DFS provider do to prepare for a cyber incident in their country or within their operation. And then the other bit is knowledge sharing on threats of DFS applications. You find that in most cases, let's say if you're a DFS provider, you may not be aware of some of the security aspects that affect you coming from the mobile network operator who is actually helping you deliver that service to the mobile. Or you've had a developer develop for you an application for digital financial services, but you are unable to tell whether it has certain threats. So we sort of like, share some of the knowledge on what threats you might be having in this kind of applications. So specifically for the DFS Security Lab, we have 3 main components. One is we do security testing on USSD and STK, and USSD is, in most of the developing countries, you have this, let's say, *100 hash, which you use to access mobile money services, and also STK, which runs sort of like a SIM toolkit application that runs on your phone. But these are mainly for some of these feature phones that are not able to use Android applications. Typical example that everybody knows is probably M-Pesa Kenya. They do use STK and USSD. And of course, of recent, they've also introduced the Android applications. But many other countries within Africa and Asia, South America, do also use USSD for DFS applications. But the question is, how do we test the security of these applications? And then the second bit is we do have some developer resources for FIDO. So FIDO is Fast Identity Online, which is a new secure way of doing authentication. This is also standardized by the ITU. So what we do in this regard is we do provide some resources for developers to enable them easily adapt or bootstrap them into being able to integrate FIDO, which is secure authentication, into their native applications without them having to go into some of the details of, accessing a server and things like that. So we do have a server at the ITU. We do have some sample code that they can use to actually start integrating secure authentication into their native applications. And then the third bit is the security audit of Android applications. And this is based on the WASP. I won't go into details of this because Philip has already demonstrated, how the audits are done. So the methodology that Philip has mentioned earlier is what we're using within the security lab to perform security tests on these Android applications. So for USSD and STK, I'll speak briefly some of the tests that we are doing. One is, I think, what has been most common in most countries is SIM swaps. And this is actually in developing and also developed countries. So you find that, attackers are able to swap a SIM by some way of, either convincing the provider that, they're the owners of the SIM and being able to acquire your SIM and later on being able to use it for digital financial services. The question is, are there ways that a DFS provider can actually detect a SIM swap? So we test whether the DFS provider is actually implementing some of these ways that can be used to detect that a SIM has been swapped. And then the other bit, which is also similar to a SIM swap, is a SIM clone. And in this case, the attacker will actually get certain knowledge about your SIM or certain information about your SIM, like the KI value, the IMSI, and these are just particular items that relate to your SIM card. And then they could be able to clone it. And I'm sad to report that, for some of the tests that we've done, we found that some SIM cards are actually susceptible to these SIM clones and SIM swaps. Then the other bit that we're doing in the lab is we test binary over-the-air attacks, and these are also very prevalent for USSD and STK. So in a binary over-the-air attack, usually you'll find that a mobile network operator, when they do want to update your SIM card, or if they want to send you some new settings, they'll send you a binary message, which is received by the SIM card, and then the SIM card will execute on that binary message. But the attacker can actually also use this to do some kind of attack on your network or on your SIM card. So they'll send you a binary message, and this message can actually initiate a USSD. It could actually initiate a phone call or initiate an SMS. Why is this problematic? Is because if I can initiate USSD, then I am able to actually access your mobile money services without being able to, without even having actual access to the device. So we test whether the SIM cards are actually vulnerable to this attack, because this attack is a SIM issue and also a mobile network operator issue. So we do test that if you're using these SIM cards for DFS providers, are they susceptible to this kind of attack? And then the third bit is we do demonstrate remote USSD execution. And in this case, what we are trying to show you that if you're using a rooted device, which Philip also mentioned earlier, especially on Android devices, then it is possible for an attacker to actually access your device remotely. If it's connected to the internet or to Wi-Fi, they can access it remotely and initiate USSD, thereby accessing your mobile money. And then the last bit that we're doing in the lab is we test some kind of man-in-the-middle attack. And here we are trying to see if we can sniff some information or be able to actually change a message as it moves between your SIM card to the mobile network operator. And this is also a vulnerability on the SIM, especially if it's not encrypting the messages. Then it may be possible for us to do some kind of sniff or change the message, or even be able to view the PIN. And I'll also report that for many of actually the SDK applications that we've tested in the lab, we found that many of them are actually susceptible to these attacks. And then, of course, Philip has mentioned about the Android DFS security tests that we do in the lab. And I won't go through these again because Philip has mentioned them. But then the question is, how do regulators, DFS providers actually come to use this lab?
Wrap it up quickly.
Use these lab resources. So we do have a website for DFS Security Lab, and if you'd like, you can actually scan the QR code. It'll take you straight to the website, and you can contact. Sorry about that. You can contact the ITU through the DFS Security Lab at itu.int to be able, if you're a regulator, DFS provider, or mobile network operator, then we can do some of these tests for you, or you can engage with us in a way that we can actually provide these tests, or even do security clinics that I mentioned earlier, or even collaborate to share knowledge on, what are the security threats that you see in your environment. Then we can distribute them, or, within the community, and say this security threat was identified in this country. Then we can sort of, collaborate with other countries to say that this has been identified somewhere else. It shouldn't happen here. Sort of like have that community where we can share knowledge. But also most important is that we can do the tests on your DFS security applications, be it USSD, be it SDK, be it Android applications. And also moving forward in the future, we're going to be testing things like QR codes, which have become also more prevalent and more used. And I think also most of the emerging economies are also starting to use iOS devices. So we also plan on, including some of these tests in the lab for iOS devices. And maybe later on, we can also do some tests on over-the-air attacks and things like that. So with that, I would like to close my presentation and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arnold. And without any further ado, moving on with our last esteemed panelist for today, Dr. Suhail Munir, Advisor, Emerging Technologies and Digital Transformation in Dubai Digital Authority. Dr. Suhail, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hello from sunny Dubai. So basically, the topic I'm going to discuss about is the challenges and opportunities with cybersecurity and blockchain in the context of digital finance. So my first slide is, when we look at cybersecurity challenges in digital finance, so we know it's a new paradigm. When we look at digital finance, what are the factors that have impacted or that should be considered by the CIOs, by the people who are responsible for security and cybersecurity when it comes to digital finance products, be it with small fintechs, be it with large banks and other financial institutions? Of course, first and foremost, COVID. Certainly, it has impacted significantly in the operating model. We want more and more products which are digitally available rather than having physical service. So COVID has pretty much accelerated that. So we are looking at more and more business models where the demand for more digital services is there. And that certainly has put a significant burden on the CIOs and the CISOs and the cybersecurity teams. That
help us wrap it up within 5 minutes. We're running a little bit behind schedule.
12 minutes, but anyhow, the other part was hyper-automation. So we know that today there is, for financial institutions, you're pretty much trying to automate all business processes, all IT processes. and bringing in technology like AI, using AI, machine learning, using robotic process automation to automate. So that brings in, again, a challenge for cybersecurity. The other part, which is what defines digital finance, is the innovation part. There's a lot of focus by CDOs on creating delightful user experiences, right? But in doing that, while that becomes a business necessity that drives what we are doing, that creates a significant cybersecurity risk. You are trying to eliminate various processes in identifying, you want to open a bank account without having anybody to go to a bank completely digitally. Now, certainly that poses a cybersecurity risk that we have to look and address. There are newer business models that are evolving. And again, in those business models, you're trying to either eliminate a source that would verify, that would be trusted. And once you're doing that, that poses cybersecurity challenges. Because of these newer models, we are seeing an expanding attack surface. We are now no longer talking about web-based applications. We are talking about applications that you always want on the mobile phones, on the smartphones, or certain financial fintech applications that IoT devices will be bringing in. So your attack surface is expanding. That poses a significant further challenge to these information security officers. On top of it, we have evolving regulatory regime, be it issues pertaining to data privacy, individual privacy, GDPR, does it comply to me or not? Is my fintech app that I'm trying to develop, what regime is going to be applicable? That's a very significant challenge that comes in. On top of it, we have emerging technology trends, certainly IoT, 5G, AI, blockchain. These are emerging tech, which actually is pretty much transforming the way we look at digital finance. Last but not least, adversarial AI, where on one end, AI is supporting me in identifying risks and identifying what may be a security breach. On the other end, there is adversarial AI where the hackers would be looking at doing machine learning to actually look at trends, look at areas where they could be penetrating and look at identifying vulnerabilities using AI. So that brings in a new challenge. So a CISO of today should be looking at all of these 8 aspects when designing and defining their security policies and security regime. I'll quickly move on to the other slide because that's where I had to discuss more. Technology trends that you have to adapt to certainly is computing is moving from the core to edge. And this is important when we are seeing that how digital finance is evolving. From clouds, we are moving to micro clouds where the entire cloud infrastructure is available in one machine or an edge device. So most of the computing is happening on that edge device. You're moving from monolith large applications to microservices that are distributed across the cloud networks. There's a trend towards open source anything, forget about large monolith applications. Open source applications are what are being used and adopted by most of finance sector. Instead of being reactive, you are being proactive. Why should I wait for a service to go down, for a release to crash? Why don't I look proactively at the trends, at the traces, at logs, using AI to identify potential areas of failure? We are moving from managed to self-driven, self-configuring technology infrastructure, and from centralized to distributed. There was discussion on blockchain, which is basically a distributed ledger. So there is a move to move from centralized to distributed infrastructure. So these are some of the technology trends that CTO is looking at, which have enabled newer possibilities in digital finance. Now coming on the crux of it, the opportunities that blockchain is presenting to digital finance. One part is when a lot of us today would associate DeFi or distributed finance, decentralized finance to digital finance, because that's where most of the exciting possibilities are. So what is blockchain enabling? Certainly there is new actors. You, in a typical traditional digital finance model, you have now new actors that are participating in that. Be it somebody who's a content creator, you have new asset types. You can tokenize any asset, be it a property, be it, or today there is very exciting phenomenon of NFTs where I have digital art, so that is an asset. So I can pretty much trade that and create a whole digital finance business model around it. Completely new trust.
Please.
Sorry?
In less than a minute, please, Dr. Syed.
Give me my 10 minutes at least. Anyhow, new trust paradigm. There's a move from decentralized finance, from centralized finance, what is called CFI, to DeFi, to decentralized finance. So decentralized finance, you're eliminating the intermediaries like banks. It becomes a trustless, transparent, immutable transactions between anonymous parties. So that is how you define DeFi. From having trust in the financial institution, centralized finance or CFI, you have trust in the network, in the protocol, in the blockchain infrastructure, which is DeFi. But then there are interesting other paradigms that come in. What if the network provides centralized banking services? So, which is DCFI, distributed, decentralized yet centralized finance. Or on the contrary, a bank using DeFi to offer financial services. So CDFI in a way. Why stop here? Take it a level further. A bank underwriting DCFI. So, you know, there are interesting new business models that are evolving when we talk about digital finance. What is enabling this is decentralization, which is what blockchain or distributed ledger enables. Programmability. So you actually, you can actually program this network. You have provenance, entire chain of events, entire life cycle of something. I have a mango that I'm shipping from Pakistan to Brazil, and I have this entire transaction or a life cycle of this trade supply chain transaction on a blockchain network where there are multiple participants. So the importer is maybe importing this. Importer now goes to a marketplace, and the importer is able to have marketplace participants or a DeFi network to actually finance this or crowd finance this transaction. Similarly, you would have insurance participants to underwrite this transaction. And then there's a new phenomena that brings in is the autonomous agents part here, which is now, if let's take this mango shipment. So there are IoT sensors that are there, which are ensuring that this transaction has actually happened. So they are providing this source of trust, source of truth to the insurance underwriter, to the financiers of this transaction. So that is happening in an autonomous way. A very interesting new phenomena that we are seeing evolving is in blockchain also, that currently these sources of truth were, okay, this is a deterministic transaction. I actually shipped those mangoes were received in Brazil, deterministic event. But when we see in trade, most of the issues come in with probabilistic events. Was the mango that came in, was it spoiled or not? Yes or no? It's not a yes or no answer, right? And that's where AI comes in. That's where and newer possibilities come in, because now we are seeing the evolution of these programmable contracts on blockchain actually being able to handle probabilistic events. So So I'll stop here since we are running out of time. But when we are looking at opportunities, we are seeing these 8 areas, new actors, new assets, new trust paradigms, and new business models, enabling newer digital finance possibilities. NFT is a recent phenomena which is becoming very exciting, which is possible because of the blockchain network. I'll hand over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suhail, for the insightful intervention. And since we're running behind schedule, I would immediately hand it over to our colleagues on the next panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Susanna, Philip, Suhail, and Arnold for joining us, and thank you ITU for inviting me and for having me moderating this session among this brilliant group. So moving on to the next panel, towards a sustainable digital transformation and the net zero emission with emerging technologies. Ruda, back to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reina Ubeda. I'm a project officer at ITU. Welcome to the session on towards a sustainable digital transformation and a net zero emission with emerging technology. Allow me to remind you that this session is being, we count with simultaneous interpretation in the 6 UN official language. By that, you can click on the link where it says interpretation, and then you can choose the floor that you need. Without further delay, allow me to give the floor to the moderator of our session, Virginia Oniara. Good morning, Virginia. Thank you for being with us. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Reina. Thank you for that. Also, thank you to all the speakers, my panelists, and all the participants for your incessant contribution to the development of ICTs, and therefore to the promotion of emerging technologies and the digital economy, to their promotion and development worldwide. My name is Virginia Onyara, like Reina has mentioned, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator for this session. The acceleration of digital transformation, in particular in least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and small islands developing countries, is an important aspect in ITU. We work very closely with ITU to develop standards that enable the global community to overcome technical and environmental challenges in the digital transformation process. We also know that to be able to develop effective standards, we need to understand the opportunities and challenges that digital technologies are bringing to different industries and sectors. Our theme towards a sustainable digital transformation and a net zero emission with emerging technologies is very timely in this discussion. That is why I'm very excited that in this session, we will place a special focus on the importance of achieving sustainable digital transformation. We will examine energy efficiency in the ICT sector, how to adopt circular approach to digitalization, and how to achieve net zero emission within the ICT sector itself. We have an excellent panel of speakers. I will introduce them shortly. They will be sharing some insights and practical cases on how emerging digital technologies like artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, digital twin, blockchain are being implemented in the African region, and how they are helping to improve the accessibility to clean energy and achieve global sustainability. If time permits, we will have a question and answer session toward the end of the session. So welcome our participants, welcome our speakers for that session as well, the question and answer session. You can engage with us in the question and answer. You can use your group chat to be able to share your questions as we progress. So without further delay, please welcome our first speaker, Ms. Anne Rita Semboga. Anne is a program officer at the ITU Regional Office for Africa, currently based at the Harare, Zimbabwe area office. She's a policy and regulatory economist and has worked in the ICT sector for over 20 years. She will give us an overview of emerging technology trends at Africa regions level. The floor is yours, Anne. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Virginia. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm happy to be here on this this morning, and I'll be quick. My role here is to just share with you the status of emerging technology in the African region. Next slide, please. And I will try to provide some good solutions or good message that is happening. We've heard during the course of the week how some of the issues in Africa still access is such a challenge, but I want to add that we have some positive news that I wish to share with you. Next slide, please. Yes, where are we in Africa? What we have here is that the mobile coverage in Africa is really good. We've leapfrogged in this area in terms of mobile coverage. We have 84% of our population covered with mobile coverage, 77% of which is 3G coverage, and 44% is 4G coverage. I have a slide in the middle, internet access and use, and I brought this here to show you that we are leapfrogging in terms of coverage. In 2019, for instance, we had 3G coverage of just 53% population coverage. This has increased within 4 years to 77%. I believe by the end of 2020, we'll even be further in terms of 3G coverage. But the story here is to show you how 4G coverage has grown over the past 4 years. We were at less than 10% coverage by population just in 2015. Right now, at 2019, we had 4G coverage of 44.3%. So this shows an increased level of investment in 4G infrastructure, which is a good story for Africa. I believe when we talk about emerging technologies, this is going to be a very good leverage for our economy. What is the challenge here is the internet usage. Again, look at how internet usage has grown. Within the last 4 years, we've only added 8% of internet usage in Africa. So that is where we have a problem, and we're looking at things like digital divide, which is increasing in our community, and where we're seeing only just 6.3% of our population in rural areas connected. Next slide, please. I'll try to be quick because of time. You will see some of the indicators. In terms of international access, we are also having some very good stories here. The international cable seas have landed. In some countries, almost all countries along the sea coast have a cable marine landing in on their shores. Some countries have 2 cables, and some countries have more than 2 cables. So the story around cable is very good in Africa. We have some more investment, and we're seeing some more partnerships at international level, building inland or backroads, looking at increasing their inland connectivity. Satellite broadband is also a very exciting area that is coming through. We're improving our data collection in satellite connectivity in Africa, but we're seeing a number of countries where we're having increased satellite connectivity: Tanzania, Zambia, Nigeria, South Africa, among others. So this is also very exciting in Africa, and we think this is something that is going to be leveraging or supporting our rural connectivity and access. Next slide, please. I have my colleagues who will speak more about the emerging technologies, but we are seeing increased interest in this area and large deployment in the financial services and agriculture and healthcare. Here we're seeing in Kenya, for instance, and Nigeria on the financial services. Ghana is big in agriculture in their farms, and we're looking at South Africa that is looking at AI in the health sector. The challenge here, or what needs to be done, is to increase our policies around data privacy, increase our data investment infrastructure, data infrastructure technologies, and strengthen our capacities and skills for AI or new technologies. The IoT is also quite interesting. We are seeing a growth in IoT. We're looking at an increase of an estimate of about $30 billion by 2027, in areas such as manufacturing, automotive, and healthcare. Security is one of the concerns with cloud computing. Here we're seeing quite a lot of investment, where we have about 26 of our African countries out of the 53 all investing in data centers and data infrastructure. Next slide, please. So what is our solution and where are we going? Because I've mentioned in my earlier slide that our biggest challenge is connectivity. How do we prepare connectivity to the last unconnected communities? And here we're coming up and we're excited about the smart village solution, which is an integrated framework that supports collaborative practices for investing. Here we're looking at flexible, focused, sustainable solutions that look at aggregating data or demand in one community. We're aggregating and bringing about shared access for schools, shared infrastructure. This is not only good for making sustainable our solutions and making prices more affordable for the users in the community, but it's also environmentally sustainable because we're looking at sharing of resources. We have built a model of smart village pilot paper that was released in 2020 that looks at supporting how governments can make smart villages possible. Earlier in the week, you heard about solutions on costing of solutions for smart villages. This is something that is very exciting. So you will see that we're trying to see how a coordinated approach that looks at all sectors, health, agriculture, education, and designing solutions for communities. We have, for instance, in Zimbabwe, there's a smart village initiative in Murambezi that is connecting rural communities to about 70 of a radius of 70 kilometers. We're looking at also solutions around satellite that would be appropriate for smart communities. And we are also looking at solutions for energy like solar mini grids. So this is quite exciting and something that we're looking forward to propelling in Africa. Next slide, please. I'm trying to be quick here. Next slide, please. So, but in addition to where we are in terms of technologies, I want to emphasize that it's a responsibility for everyone, consumers, policymakers, and everyone to make sure that we support the lower emissions, carbon emissions to the world. And here we're looking at what do we do as consumers, what is the role of the governments in this process, what is the role of the industry, and among others. So we all know that e-waste has become one of the fastest growing waste stream in the world. With increased innovation and connectivity, the world is discarding more than 53 million tons of e-waste per year. The e-waste contains substances that can be hazardous to human health and the environment, and if not dealt with properly, including mercury, this can lead to a lot more carbon risks to the health of the people and poisoning. In our communities in developing countries, the collection and proper recycling of infrastructure is still lacking. There's a lack of policy frameworks for e-waste management. So in our interventions, we're not looking at only the industry side of technology, but we're also looking at the individual responsibilities and how we can collectively support the waste management issues in our countries and communities. Next slide, please. So ITU is having ITU solution is to create a circular economy for ICT equipment. Here we're looking at supporting on systems that help support to measure e-waste data and knowledge. And here we're trying to build expertise in member states and developing communities on how to measure their e-waste, collect data and measure e-waste. We've supported countries like Botswana, Namibia, Malawi, Kenya, Uganda on putting in place frameworks at national level for measuring of e-waste, and we're looking at harmonization approaches for e-waste measurement. On the policy area, we're looking at supporting countries on putting in place frameworks that can support the regulations and policies for e-waste management. What are the responsibilities of recyclers, for instance? What is the responsibility of the industry? what should be the responsibility of all the stakeholders. And here we're working in partnership with the e-waste measurement partnership, the Global e-waste partnership, and we have a range of partners as well on the policy front. Beginning of this month, we also launched the policy practice for e-waste management. You will see the link there, but as African region, our emphasis is not only on growing the sector in terms of technologies. We have a good story that these technologies are coming in our region, but we also have a responsibility collectively as government stakeholders, everyone, to support the e-waste management solutions and frameworks in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anrita, for your presentation. Thank you for reminding us about the circularity of these products and how we can be able to individually take responsibility. And also a very good point, you've talked about the smart villages model that you have come up with. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you with more questions later. Also reminding our participants that you can share your questions to all our speakers. You can share your questions as we progress. We will be able to handle them as we progress. Our second presenter is Professor Ahmed Kora. Professor Ahmed Kora is a senior ICT consultant and a tenured professor in Africa and Malagasy Council for Higher Education member universities. He has worked at the Multinational School of Telecommunications since 2006. He will provide more technical details on emerging technologies development in Africa region, which with a look on their contribution to clean energy and global sustainability achievement. So that is what Professor will help us understand better how to put this together with the clean energy and the global sustainability achievement. Welcome, Professor. The floor is yours.
Oui, merci beaucoup. C'est pour moi un plaisir de partager ce moment et de faire cette intervention. Je voudrais remercier l'UIT pour cette opportunité qui est donnée à l'École supérieure multinationale de télécommunications. Et le thème sur lequel nous allons intervenir porte sur la transformation digitale durable grâce aux technologies émergentes pour une émission zéro. Alors, le plan que nous voulons vous présenter permettra de répondre à 3 questions essentielles. Comment les technologies émergentes peuvent-elles contribuer à une meilleure connectivité? La deuxième question, c'est quelles sont les applications et solutions dont peuvent bénéficier les pays moins avancés pour pouvoir faire le saut dans le développement durable? Et enfin, nous allons aussi pouvoir partager les défis et opportunités qui se présentent aux pays en développement. Nous donnerons quelques cas pratiques d'expériences qui sont déjà en cours. En termes de technologies émergentes, nous voulons montrer à travers déjà ce premier slide qu'une étude a été réalisée ici au Sénégal et cette étude montre qu'une croissance en connexion Internet a pour avantage une baisse de la pauvreté. Et les chiffres qui ont été affichés sont de 14% de consommation en Internet ont un impact sur la réduction de la pauvreté de 10%. Ceci montre tout simplement que l'adoption des technologies émergentes n'a autre impact que de permettre la réduction de la pauvreté, donc d'atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Ce ne serait pas superflu de rappeler que tout le monde entier n'est pas encore connecté à Internet. Nous sommes à pratiquement plus ou moins de la moitié, mais ce qui est déplorable, c'est de pouvoir constater que 21 sur les 25 pays les moins connectés sont en Afrique. Que devons-nous faire? La première des choses sera de penser vraiment à renforcer vraiment la connectivité par un déploiement des solutions d'accès, le support. Donc, la fibre optique ici se démarque comme une solution la plus intéressante. Mais son coût est difficile parce que c'est quand même très coûteux et il faudra des investissements. La deuxième alternative ici, c'est la 5G. Et avec la pandémie, nous avons pu constater les limites de la 4G. Parce que pour l'éducation, pour la santé, pour un certain nombre de défis dans la sous-région, la 5G paraît salutaire. Mais comment y arriver? L'autre solution aussi salutaire pour l'Afrique et les pays en développement, et on ne peut même pas s'en passer pour les pays qui n'ont pas accès à la mer pour pouvoir bénéficier des câbles sous-marins, ce sont les solutions satellitaires basse altitude. Ils offrent l'avantage de pouvoir couvrir des rayons de 200 km. Nous pensons que cela constitue vraiment une alternative importante sur laquelle les pays doivent se pencher. Et en termes d'application, que peut-on dire des avantages des technologies émergentes? La liste est grande. Nous allons pouvoir peut-être citer 10, mais on ne pourra pas tout énumérer. De l'éducation au secteur financier, en passant par l'agriculture, l'environnement et la santé, la technologie, les solutions d'accès comme la technologie 5G, la fibre optique, montrent leurs avantages importants. Avant de pouvoir bénéficier d'un service, il est d'abord important de pouvoir y avoir accès. Donc, les solutions d'accès en matière de 5G, de fibre optique et d'accès satellitaire basse altitude pour nous constituent des choix stratégiques pour permettre à l'Afrique de faire le bond et de réduire le gap de développement. À cela, il faudra ajouter les technologies émergentes comme l'intelligence artificielle, les données massives, la blockchain. Tout cela, l'Internet des objets, qui sont toutes des solutions, sans oublier la nanotechnologie, la biotechnologie, qui ont montré leur preuve aujourd'hui avec la découverte des solutions de vaccins de nouvelle génération, sont aujourd'hui des technologies qui sont salutaires pour l'Afrique. Nous verrons dans quelques cas pratiques comment certains pays ont déjà commencé par en bénéficier. Mais il faut quand même attirer l'attention des uns et des autres sur une étude qui a été faite, sur le fait qu'il ne sera d'aucun doute que d'ici 2030, la contribution des technologies émergentes sera de l'ordre de 14% au PIB. Peut-être même plus, mais ce sont les estimations pour le moment de PwC en 2018. Et les technologies émergentes vont beaucoup apporter pour le transport. Nous verrons bien le cas de quelques pays qui vont pouvoir faire appel aux drones, à l'intelligence artificielle pour pouvoir vraiment résoudre certains problèmes de transport. La technologie émergente, comme ma collègue Anrita vient de le présenter, vont pouvoir être utilisées aussi pour faire face aux catastrophes, pour gérer l'environnement, pour ne citer que cela. En matière de services publics, nous voyons dans certains pays comme au Bénin, nous y reviendrons, la transformation digitale avec l'accès aux services publics montre un avantage majeur. Et nous finirons en montrant quand même que très bien, c'est bon de pouvoir utiliser les technologies émergentes qui nous donnent de la puissance, qui nous donnent du pouvoir, mais ce qui est dangereux, c'est que cela puisse se retourner contre nous. Donc, les questions de sécurité se posent. Donc, il y aura nécessairement, pour être une technologie efficiente et qui est bénéfique, donc la question de la sécurité, de la défense sur laquelle nous devons vraiment penser pour que cela ne soit pas un outil qui joue contre nous-mêmes. Quels sont les défis pour nos pays? Quels sont les défis pour les pays les moins avancés, les pays isolés et les îlots? Dans une première approche, nous recommandons fermement une diversification des sources de connectivité. Un maillage complet des pays et villes africaines pour faciliter et réduire le coût des connexions. Nous pensons qu'il est temps que la fibre optique puisse pénétrer davantage les maisons, les services pour augmenter la bande passante. Et nous pensons que pour les pays qui n'ont pas un accès direct aux câbles sous-marins, l'usage et l'exploitation à fond des solutions satellitaires basse altitude s'impose. Mais toutes ces solutions permettront de disposer de la solution, de pouvoir disposer de la technologie. Mais son appropriation ne peut se faire sans une réduction notable du coût. Nous connaissons bien le pouvoir d'achat de nos populations. Et il serait bien donc que l'État joue son rôle en mettant en place un mécanisme et des approches qui permettront une consommation assez élevée dans le souci de réduire la pauvreté en Afrique et dans nos pays. Dans ce sens, nous proposons, dans un premier temps, un renforcement du cadre institutionnel et du capital humain. Nous pensons qu'il est important de pouvoir développer des infrastructures relatives aux technologies émergentes. Nous pensons également qu'il faut un renforcement des synergies par la multiplication des initiatives régionales et continentales. La maîtrise de ces nouvelles technologies est fondamentale. Et nous pensons également que nous devons veiller à la sécurité. En regardant l'état actuellement au niveau des différents pays, la 5G se démarque juste à une étape expérimentale. Ce n'est que dans des phases expérimentales dans la plupart des pays, dont le Sénégal, l'Afrique du Sud, pour n'en citer que ceux-là. Au Bénin, un effort louable a été déployé pour permettre un déploiement de 20 000 km de fibres de 2020 à 2021, et nous pensons que tous les pays ont intérêt à aussi aller dans ce sens pour les chiffres que nous disposons. Et ceci permet de pouvoir vraiment assurer une bonne connectivité. Certains opérateurs font de grands efforts, comme Orange, pour permettre l'accès haut débit aux utilisateurs juste dans les domiciles au Sénégal comme en Côte d'Ivoire, avec des débits qui peuvent aller jusqu'à 300 mégabits. Des sondages ont été faits pour montrer que 15 pays déjà africains utilisent l'Internet, l'intelligence artificielle pour la reconnaissance faciale. Et ceci déjà, on peut le constater dans certains aéroports et dans avec la police et d'autres institutions. L'usage aussi de l'intelligence artificielle et des données ont permis de pouvoir encourager, accélérer la transformation digitale dans la mise en œuvre donc, de l'administration intelligente Smart Gouv au Bénin. Et dans d'autres pays, au Sénégal, des efforts ont été faits avec la mise en place de supercalculateurs d'une portée de 537 teraflops pour encourager la formation et aussi l'inauguration récente du Data Center national à Diamniadio. Nous allons nous arrêter compte tenu du temps. Sinon, il y a aussi beaucoup d'efforts qui sont faits au Rwanda, au Ghana, au Burkina Faso, dans le domaine des drones et en ce qui concerne aussi le code, l'adoption du code numérique. Pour terminer, nous dirons que l'avènement des technologies émergentes est salutaire pour l'Afrique. L'avènement des technologies émergentes, vraiment, ne peut que nous sortir de la pauvreté. Un seul mot, c'est adoptons-le. Et comment y arriver? Il faut une mobilisation et l'État nous accompagne. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Professor. Thank you very much for that reminder. Thank you, our interpreters. Thank you for that presentation, Professor. Because of time, I'll move straight to our third presenter. Our third speaker is Mr. Paolo Gema. Paolo is a senior specialist and representative of Huawei on issues related to energy. Sorry about that. Paolo is a senior specialist and representative of Huawei on issues related to energy saving and environmental sustainability. He's also the IoT Working Party 2 and Study Group 5 chairman. His presentation will focus on the role of international standards for a sustainable digital transformation and a net zero emission. Paolo, thank you very much and welcome. The floor is yours, Paolo.
Thank you, Virginia. It's a pleasure to be with you and welcome to anyone. Bonjour to the French speakers and bon dia to the Portuguese speaker that are connected. Okay, my presentation is more on the standardization and so why we need a sustainable digital transformation. It's clear that digital technology can have a very good help to achieve the goal to have a net zero in some years, depending on country. Any country have different strategy on this. But it's clear that it was calculated that ICT and digital technology can help a lot other sector to reduce the global emission around by 50%. So this is said that it is a very clear also from the previous speaker that digital technology play a critical role in to achieve the SDG for all the countries in the world. So to have the education, health, and so on is necessary to implement a lot of digital technology and promote the digital technology. So the big issues, as I said before in the previous slide, is the digital divide. So the fact that not all people have a connection to internet and to digital service. So, and this is very important. From the other hand, also ICT is consume energy and have its impact on the global emission, that is around 1.4 of the global emission. So will be not the biggest, but it's something that we can need to take in account when we develop some solution. How we can help use international standard. We can help promoting solution to reduce the carbon emission, achieve a sustainable digital transformation. When we develop a digital solution, we need to look on the sustainability of the solution. And we want to improve a lot on the use of green energy with the idea to give the solution to achieve the Paris Agreement target and the SDGs. We will give technical guidance as an international standard to implementing green energy solution. We will provide a measurement tool to calculate the energy efficiency, because it's, when we speak about energy efficiency, is nice to speak, but we need also to define how to measure this differently. It's just speaking. And bring low-cost connectivity to the developing country, to the Iceland, and so on, looking on which are the low-cost and sustainable solutions. And help all the sector to, and also ICT, to arrive at a net zero in some years. What we make as the study group 5. Study group 5 is environmental, climate change, and circular economy. We obviously develop international standard. We make some research and pre-standardization work, like in the focus group on emerging environmental efficiency of AI and other technologies. And we said we want to speak to people to alert them on which is the question, what is the importance of climate change, which is the importance of CO2 reduction and e-waste reduction also, or more that e-waste reduction, also the correct management on e-waste. And we are collaborating with a lot of organizations in the standard world or in other organizations. Actually, we have 193 member states and more than 900 companies inside our group. So we have a university, international and regional organization, and industry inside. I give you just some example of what we develop. We develop a standard for what we call a smart energy solution, with the idea to arrive at a green transition, providing solution for a green solution to reduce the carbon emission, improve energy efficiency as a site level, extend the product life. This is very, very important. We want to give our solution to a sustainable development and low cost. That means have a solution that works for a lot of years and that can evolve with the need of a technology and obviously reduce the cost. So we develop a solution for data center, for telecom site, speaking about a radio site, a radio mobile site, where we speak about 5G just before, and the telecommunication room. Always with this idea and this goal of a green technology. We also look on cities and home, but this means also not a big city, means also a village. The same idea can be applied everywhere. So we are looking on smart energy in business building, in residential community, in industrial park, and in region, on the idea how to really combine different type of energy production, like the solar, the grid that is available, the wind, and so on, and how to make this available, work in a more efficient way, and work all together to power the need of a house, of the office, or maybe some industry also. We worked also in data center, and this is one of the standards that we developed using artificial intelligence technology, with the idea to define which is the key aspect of data center management, infrastructure, on which are the key points, how to optimize the power supply and other physical area usage, like the cooling, how to reduce the energy consumption, and how to automate the management of a data center and the data center and the operation, with the idea to reduce the complete environmental footprint of a data center using artificial intelligence and big data technology that can help a lot on the management and the optimization of a data center and also other technologies. Then if we go to the benefit of energy efficiency, big data, is important to look not only on which is the benefit of this new technology, but also which is the cost, not only the economical cost, but the environmental cost. So we have published some supplement to define which is an artificial intelligence functional model, how to calculate the energy efficiency of this model, and define all the approaches on using big data and artificial intelligence, see which is the energy demand from this project. So how much is the environmental cost to implement the artificial intelligence to one process, In the idea on, if I have an idea on how to measure, I can look also on how to reduce the overall environmental footprint of this artificial intelligence and big data technology. We have also looked on improve the machine learning to use the machine learning to have a more energy efficiency approach in supply chain management. This is something very interesting on how to define for a supply chain management that is something applicable to all, which are the artificial intelligence functional model that we can define, how to calculate the energy efficiency of such model, look on which is the overall process of using big data in artificial intelligence in the supply chain, calculate obviously the energy demand, in another time to have a better environmental footprint of a supply chain using this technology. So this is an application of artificial technology to the supply chain management, with some example in this supplement on the use of artificial intelligence. Another supplement that we have just approved, as we have the previous two, is regarding the energy saving solution for 5G base station. 5G is in developing, but we are looking at sustainable development. So we are looking on which is the efficiency of 5G, which is the efficiency of a network. And so this supplement gives some strategy for the 4G also and 5G on how to save energy, how to have a better usage of a 5G, and how artificial intelligence can help this strategy to save energy in 5G base station, with the idea to give a reduction of energy consumption of 5G, also to have a possibility to develop a 5G network, future 5G network, or improve actual 5G network in a sustainable way to arrive and to move to what we call the net zero for the ICT network. We have developed in the past also standard for low-cost, sustainable telecommunication infrastructure for rural communication in developing countries. This is a standard that defines which are the requirements for low-cost ICT infrastructure. So what are the real requirements, which are the minimum requirements that I need to consider? We provide also some metric to evaluate the performance of this infrastructure, on how to bring connectivity to rural area, to give them the possibility to participate at the digital transformation and improve the quality of life provided to rural area, the connectivity that means have access to financial service, access to education service, that is very, very important, and to health service. And maybe providing them also the possibility to use more advanced or controlled support to agriculture, to fishing, and so on. On this, we wrote also some supplement related to this recommendation, to this standard, looking on the define the solution like a satellite, microwave, radio, fiber, so on, which are in detail the possible solution and which are the key point, the key requirement to consider to have a sustainable low-cost development. As I said by Virginia, I am the chairman of this working party 2 on environmental energy efficiency, circular economy. We are divided in 6 questions, looking on environmental efficiency, e-waste, circular economy, climate change assessment, digital technology to have a sustainable development goal and Paris Agreement, climate change mitigation, smart energy solution, adaptation to climate change, and building circular sustainable cities and communities. So these are the 6 topics in which we are working, and I hope that you can enjoy us as group, looking on what we are discussing, giving your contribution to us, and so on. You need to consider that IoT is a contribution-driven organization. So if you participate, we will follow and explore which are your contribution and deciding, depending on your contribution, which standard or other document we will need to develop. And just for information, our next meeting will be end of this year and end of November, first week of December, virtually unlikely also that. And thank you very much. If you need more information, please contact me or Rain. You have below the 2 points where to contact us. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you to Paolo. Thank you very much for that presentation and also for highlighting the work of Study Group 5, what Study Group 5, ITUT Study Group 5 does in terms of developing the standards and also on sustainability and green technology for both, cities and also the villages. Thank you very much for that. Our next presenter, last but not least, Ms. Sha Wang, will speak on digital infrastructure development for sustainable digital transformation. Ms. Wang is an expert in digital energy policy and analysis and also partnerships building. She's currently the program officer, UNEP DTU partnership. Welcome, Ms. Wang. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but welcome to this session, and the floor is yours.
Apologies, sorry to interrupt you, Xiao. This is Reina. As we are running a little bit late because we started late, I wanted to ask the interpreters if it will be okay if they can stay with us 10 more minutes as the session was planned until 12. Would that be okay? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Reina, for that. And thank you, our interpreters, for that.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this much needed and really interesting ITU event. I see that most of our participants is coming from the connectivity and application side. So I'll be providing some of the basic views on the physical and digital infrastructure side for sustainable digital transformation. And I'll be covering a few areas. First is to dig into the overall growth of the digital economy and the challenges it's facing. And then I want to introduce to you what is digital infrastructure and its role in the entire digital ecosystem. And then let's look at what is data centers and what are the energy and environmental impacts of data centers, as well as the environmental efficient solutions that will help data centers to decarbonize for a net zero emissions growth. And first, let's understand the context of the digital economies. So one of the drivers of the expansion of the digital economy are the digital data. And according to the UNCTAD data, global internet protocol traffic has grown dramatically from 100 gigabytes per day in 1992 to 100 gigabytes per second in 10 years' time. And by 2017, it has already grown 466 times more compared to the 2002 level, with predictions to reach 150,700 gigabytes per second by next year. And all of this data really leads to a mushrooming digital economy. But how big is this digital economy? According to the World Economic Forum, global digital economy in 2016 was worth $11.5 trillion, which is equal to 15.5% of global GDP and expected to reach 25% in less than a decade. And according to OECD, between 2005 and 2016, 40% of jobs created globally were in digitally intensive sectors. And what's behind of the growth of the digital economies are the digital technologies. And here we have listed a few of the key emerging technologies, like the blockchain, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. And all of these technologies has created economic opportunities across countries and industries, and also significant social benefits, so that peoples previously separated by distance and barriers now get linked and included. However, this is an economy that is providing limitless opportunities for some, but also causing disruptions and displacement for the others. According to the World Map of Broadband Development Index in 2016, nearly 4 billion people are not connected in the least developed, emerging, and developing countries. And what does that mean? That means half the world still remains offline. And that means in the least developing countries, only 1 in 5 people are online. And if we take that view to land into our current context, the COVID-19 crisis really has brought forward the importance of digital technologies, but also exposed limitations for the development of digital infrastructures. So what exactly is digital infrastructure? And there is really no widely accepted definitions of this, but here I have cited the ones that are defined by the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank. So they have defined digital infrastructure as one integrated system, including both the physical part and non-physical part. And then they further divided these two categories into 4 components, which are interdependent and interlinked, which we can see there are connectivities and transportation. Those are the networks like 5G, storage and processing, and these are the data centers, services, applications that create economic value add for the business sectors and customers, and the terminus devices like the smartphones, where the sensors and actuators. So all of this is very important to understand digital infrastructure, because this is the foundation of the digital economy. But how does all these components work in the entire digital ecosystem? So I have chosen an illustration the place to the right corner at the bottom, we can see in this housing animation, the digital technology is really mutually reinforcing with the traditional infrastructure sectors, like the mobility transport sectors could improve their effectiveness and safety through the digital technologies. And then we can also optimize the water usage through the digital applications. And all these technologies will make sense when we interlink them with the network. And then we look at the bottom of this house animation, we can see the foundation of the entire digital ecosystem are the data centers and servers that supporting the locally deployed digital services. So what exactly are data centers? And I think our previous speakers have already mentioned quite a few, lots of information. And here I want to bring you into the different types of data centers. There is no consensus ways of how to define the data centers, you know, by types. But here I want to provide two ways to characterize data centers. First is by the size is the number of servers. As we can see, a data center can be small to host less than 500 servers, whereas big as the hyperscale data centers, which contains more than 10,000 servers. There's also another way to look into the types of data centers is by the operational models, or the business models. And here I have summarized in the 4 types of data centers. The first one is the in-house, also called on-premises ones. These are really the organizations that has its own IT department. And the second one are the co-locations, which is probably the well-known by us, are the commercial providers build and own the data centers and rent out space to their customers, and then they will ensure the resilience, connectivity, power supplies around the data centers. The third one are the hosting data centers. And these are the commercial providers providing managed services, and they normally lease all of the IT hardware. And the last are the cloud computing data centers. They will build and run the data centers themselves and sell their applications and software services to the customers. And the data center is really growing really fast. And it is estimated that in 2021, there will be 7.2 million data centers in the world, storing about 1.3 exabyte of data. And this will represent an 8-fold increase in the amount of stored data compared to 2015. And what does that growth of data center industry means to the energy side? Here I've cited the data acquired from a Nature article. So according to this article, data centers use an estimated 200 terawatts hours each year. And this is more than the national energy consumptions of some countries. It's about half of the electricity use of the transport sector globally, and which is amount to 1% of global electricity demand, with data centers contributes around 0.3% to the overall carbon emissions, comparing to the entire ICT ecosystems, which is consuming around 2% of global emissions. And that will put the entire ICT's carbon footprint on par with the entire aviation industry's carbon emissions. So what could happen in the future is really hard to predict, but one of the worrying models shows us that the electricity used by ICT could exceed 1/5 of the global total, and with data centers using more than 1/3 of that in 2 decades' time. And if the computationally intensive Bitcoin keeps growing, then the sharp rise of energy demand will rather come sooner than later. So how does all of this energy really reflected to the energy mix in the data centers? In figure 3, we can see a share of energy demand by different components in data centers. And it clearly shows most of the energy consumption is coming from the IT equipment, which with the servers taking up 56% of the energy demand. The second place comes into the infrastructure energy consumptions, which most of it goes to the cooling energy demand. And the third place are the storage part, which most of the energy is consumed for hard disk and solid state technologies, with the last one, with the network consuming around 2% of the entire energy consumption demand in data centers. But data centers impact is not only stays with the energy, also comes with the environmental part. And I want us to take a look at the environmental cost of data centers through the lens of environmental impact analysis. On the graph to the left, we can see there are various concerns being listed, ranging from air pollution to resource efficiency. But there are really 2 major concerns I want to raise here. The first one is the e-waste from data centers. Lots of you have already mentioned, but here I have some numbers for the e-waste part. So there are studies being done showing that 3/4 of data centers are refreshing their systems in 5 years or less. And with companies more than $1 billion in size, they're twice as likely to refresh their IT hardware and with no intention to recycle it compared to the smaller ones. And based on that observation, an estimated 20 to 50 million metric tons of e-waste is disposed globally every year. And if measures are not taken, e-waste is expected to grow 8% each year. And the second concern I want to raise perhaps is not receiving as much coverage as carbon emissions and e-waste from data centers or the water usage of data centers. So there are two main categories of data centers using water. One is from direct cooling demand, and one is from indirect electricity generations that you can see from the chart with the proportions of each one's taken in the water usage in data centers. And I have some numbers for you to have a view on how much does the data centers use. Like a medium-sized data centers uses as much water as 3 average-sized hospitals or more than 2 golf courses. Even though this data centers water consumption seems rather small comparing to the entire national figures of water consumption, but data centers do compete with other local users on the water resources. And also data shows some data center operators are drawing more than half of their water from drinkable sources, and less than a third of data center operators really measuring their water consumption. And I think that really brings to the alarming concern that if we lack of data, then it's really hard for us to monitor environmental impacts of data centers. What exactly can we do to tackle all of these challenges for data centers? Here I have cited a graph, which is done by the European data center industry to show their ambitions to improve environmental efficiency of data centers to reach their goal for EU data centers to be climate neutral by 2030. So they have identified some of the areas as the roadmap action plans, which I think could be a good reference to all of us. So they have listed that to use energy efficient solutions with measurable targets, to purchase 100% renewable energy, and then also to consider improved water conservation, improved water usage efficiencies, to reduce, repair the electronic servers, and then reduce e-waste, but also look for ways for waste heat recovery. So last but not least, I want to mention that if you really want to improve the digital infrastructure development for sustainable digital transformation, we really should not only look at for the technology development, but also to adopt integrated solutions. And that means the policymakers need to establish a robust mechanism for data collections and data sharing. And we need to adopt a multilateral collaboration approach to engage the private sectors for industry standards making. And we need to adopt an inclusive mindset for the policy making so that we could consider the least developing countries' needs to help them to build the digital skills and capacities. And then thank you very much. And if you want to know more about the digital infrastructure related knowledge, you can find it at our website, c2e2.unep.edu.org.
Thank you very much, Chao. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation and for also keeping time. Okay, because of time, we may not be able to have the question and answer session because of time, but however, you can send your questions. You can send your questions and our presenters will be able to answer them. We will not be able to have the question and answer session. My speakers, I just wanted to let you know that we will not be able to have the question and answer session because of time. I would like to ask all the participants to put on their camera, to turn on their camera for a minute so that we can take a group photo. Kindly turn on your cameras, kindly. All the participants, kindly turn on your cameras. And as you do that, I'll do a wrap up of what we have been doing. We started with presentations from Andrita and Professor Cora, who talked to us about the efforts that we're doing as different African countries on how to handle or how to manage how to handle the emerging technologies. Paolo also highlighted the main activities of ITU, what ITU is doing in coming up with standards that are helping countries to handle the emerging technologies or technologies that we are using. Wang has also finished with looking at the digital infrastructure development for sustainable transformation and mainly on data centers and how we can be able to manage our data centers properly. I hope everyone has put on their cameras before I give.
Their best smiles, and let's take a picture now.
Okay, your best smile.
Smile.
Let us know when you're done. Thank you.
We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the presenters, all the speakers who spoke.
Thank you so much.
Andrita, Chao, and Professor Cora, thank you very much. Thank you, Reina, as well. Thank you to all the participants who joined us. Without forgetting our interpreters, thank you so much. We have one minute of your time. We thank the ITU support staff and anyone who was involved in making this period a success. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful day, and the rest of your time enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Bye,
Au
everyone.
revoir.
Au revoir.
Have a great day.
Merci,
Enjoy
au
your day.
revoir. Thank you.
Bye.
Au revoir. Bye. Merci.
the captioning works as well.
Okay. Well, you're on time.
Recording in progress.
Well, I suppose I can start.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the session 4, Blockchain and Decentralized Identity for Enable Online Trust and Accountability. Thank you for joining us. My name is Lia Molinari, Vice Chair of Study Group 17, and ITU gave me the honor to moderate this session. I thank you in advance and the moderator, technical moderator too. Blockchain technology has the potential to transform all sectors and will bring greater trust and transparency in the world major industries. With the emergence of decentralized identifiers, the ID and verifiable credentials, VC as core standards, decentralized identity can finally provide individuals the ability to securely manage their identity online. This is achievable when coupled with distributed ledger technology, DLT. The combination of DID, VC, and DLT technologies can provide adopters the ability to construct trust framework in which the individual can exercise control over their identity relation and transaction in a manner that is secure and private. The objective of this session is to provide an overview of blockchain and decentralized identity systems, applicable use cases, and examples of DLT-based frameworks for implementing various applications and strong decentralized online identity solutions. We have 4 excellent panelists and very little time.
Excuse me to interrupt you, dear Lia Molinari. Can I kindly ask you to keep your microphone a bit far from your clothes? It touches your scarf, the microphone. Yeah, and yeah, can you keep it like that? Otherwise, it's difficult for interpreters.
Yes,
maybe
thank
you.
You.
Keep it that it doesn't touch the scarf, okay?
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes? Well,
yes, but if you move the mic, it gives some noise, you know, just maybe you can keep it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome, dear panelists. Your presentation should take 12 minutes. I let you know when there are 2 minutes left. Thank you in advance for your consideration. The first speaker is Professor Yung-Yul Yung, IoT Study Group 17, Security, Chairman, Dr. Professor, Sun Yang University. His presentation is about key cryptographic elements and concepts for blockchain and decentralized identity. Hello, Professor Yang. I give the floor, please, Eugenia, and please start your presentation. You can share your presentation.
Hello, everyone. I assume you can see my slide.
No, we don't see your slides yet.
Yes, so.
Do you want me to share it for you? Oh, no, now we see. Now we see. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you. So it's a great pleasure to join you virtually for this session. My name is Seung Yeol-yeom. I'm professor at Suncheon University, Korea. Currently, I'm study group 17 chairman. My presentation is key cryptographic primitives and concepts for blockchain and decentralized identity. The key, this presentation consists of 5 parts. So I will begin introduction of blockchain. So blockchain creates a new trust model in which trust is distributed over the networks. New form of the innovative technology that are involved with P2P network and consensus mechanisms. Cryptographies for ensuring integrity, privacy, anonymity, and also it involves some national or global regulations. It is one of the key technologies that facilitate the digital transformation together with AI, artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud computing, and 5G security. So I will present the key cryptographic primitives and concepts for blockchain and decentralized identity. So what's the underlying key technology behind the, actually this slide shows a typical example of the blockchain. So user is a component, then user services, and user group is set of the DLT system users. And node is a individual systems. And the service provider is a component that offers DLT-based services. And distributed ledger is information in the digital form that has been validated by consensus. What are the underlying technologies behind the blockchain? Blockchain is a shared, trusted public ledger of transactions that everyone can inspect, but which no single user controls. The blockchain protocol operates on the top of the internet on the P2P network of computers. There are 3 underlying technologies behind the blockchain: public key cryptographies and cryptographic hash functions, consensus mechanisms, and P2P network, which are based on peer-to-peer entity that serves a client as well as a server. There are several cryptographic primitives for blockchain. Blockchain is a shared, trusted public ledger of transactions. Blockchain uses a hash functions to map data of arbitrary size to the fixed size values. Merkle tree summarizes all transactions in a block to produce a digital fingerprint of the entire set of transactions. Consensus mechanism is a process used to achieve an agreement on a single data value among distributed processes. Typical one is a proof of work, which is used in Bitcoin. Blockchain uses a digital signature mechanism. Which proves the authenticity of message. And the digital signature has a 2 key, private key and public key. And the last one is a smart contract, which is a programs written on the distributed ledger system, which encodes the rules for specific type of the distributed ledger systems transactions in a way that can be validated and triggered by specific conditions. Merkle tree is a fundamental part of the blockchain technologies. It is a mathematical data structure composed of the hash value of different blocks of data. Merkle tree summarizes all the transactions in a block by producing a digital fingerprint of entire set of transactions. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum use a Merkle tree structure. Merkle tree is also known as a hash tree. Blockchain is a simple chain of blocks that contains the information. Each block has cryptographic hash of the previous block, a timestamp, and transaction data. Valid nodes must be identified by trial and error so that the hash for the entire block is below a pre-specified target value. Difficulty of the problem is recalculated every 2 weeks so that time to solve each block remains at 10 minutes. Typical consensus mechanism is proof of work. It's a original consensus mechanism in blockchain network. There are four types of properties of the blockchain. Decentralized system. So in a decentralized system, the information is not stored by one single entity. Everyone in the network owns the information. Transparency. While a person's real identity is secure, we will still see all the transactions that were done by public address. Immutability. Immutability means that once something has been entered into blockchain, it cannot tampered with. So there are four types of the blockchain according to the who can write data to the block and who can read data from the blocks. So permissionless public blockchain, permissioned public blockchain, permissioned private blockchain, permissioned and private blockchain. So decentralized identity. There are 3 entities for decentralized identity: issuers, holders, and verifiers. Issuers generate and issue verifiable credentials to owners. Holder present the verifiable credentials to verifier. And verifier retrieve data for virtual verifiable credential verification and verifies the authenticity of verifiable credential from any issuers. Decentralized identity is a new type of identifier. Verifiable credential is tamper-resistant credentials. There are several key primitives for decentralized identity: blockchain, cryptographic algorithms, decentralized identity resolver, and also zero knowledge proofs. Actually, digital signature is also used. And then zero knowledge technology is used to prove identity without revealing the secret. So next, I will present the 3 use cases in Korea. First use case, Korea COVID-19 vaccination certificate. It is a government-issued vaccination certificate. We call COOP, Corona Overcome, from its April 2021. It uses a blockchain and decentralized identity technologies.
Sorry, Professor Yum, 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a typical example of decentralized identity. And the other One is a decentralized identity for driver's license in Korea. So this driver's license that use a decentralized identity technology. And this digital national identity credential based on the driver's license issued by national policy agencies. And third use cases is a used car sales services using blockchain in Korea. So I think there is some problems, and then if we use blockchain, it can resolve the problems. That is a history such as accident and the repair record of the used car is unknown to anyone. So this next, I will give an overview of the relevance standardization activities. There are several SDOs working on IoT study group 17, question 14, and question 10, and IoT study group 16, question 12.2, ISO TC 307, ST, ETSI, IEEE, and W3C. Conclusion. Cryptographic element ensure trust for services and application using blockchain and decentralized identity. Providing quantum secure cryptography is crucial, and standards are needed to ensure interoperability of services and applications based on blockchain and for decentralized identity. The technology can form the basis for standard urgently needs for interoperable digital vaccination certificate services. Decentralized identity has a wide application area that can benefit from additional standardization work.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Our second panelist is Mrs. Yaoyang Bai. Ms. Bai is Associate Reporter, Vice Chair, Work Program 4, Study Group 17, Alibaba, China. Her presentation is about overview and use cases for blockchain technology. Please, Ms. Bai, thank you. Eugenia, please give her the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Can you minimize it a bit because we don't see it properly?
Sorry?
Yeah, now it's better, much better. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join this session. I'm Xiaoyan Bai from Alibaba Group, and the topic is overview and use cases for blockchain technology. Okay. Professor Yung introduced the technical details of blockchain, and I will talk about some development trends of blockchain and some use cases in Ant Group. Okay, Ant Group is a technology company. Its famous product is Alipay. We know in the past 20 years, internet changes the way we live and communicate. And in recent years, besides cloud, blockchain also has opened a slew of opportunities for the companies that are looking to innovation. It is one of those technologies that have radically changed how industries work. In the future, we believe blockchain will make more assets and value digital and enable people, device, and business collaborated innovation. Blockchain also makes it possible that various assets or value exchange without the need for a powerful and trusted third party. This could enable a new era of the internet usage. We call it internet of value, in which any types of assets such as intellectual and digital properties, equity and wealth can be digitized and transferred in an automated, secure, and convenient manner. Yeah, this is the development of blockchain. When we talk about blockchain, we often mention blockchain 1.0, the digital currency 2.0, smart contract. Blockchain 3.0 provides digital and decentralized solutions for industries. In the past, it is internet plus everything. In the future, we believe it is blockchain plus everything. Furthermore, based on blockchain 3.0, the blockchain between industries can be interconnected to break industry barriers and form a common infrastructure for industries. We call it Internet of Blockchains. Okay, next I will introduce some use cases of blockchain. On-chain is also an application of blockchain. This is the journey of on-chain, and it started in 2016. And this is, I will skip this, this slide. Okay. Okay, this is business application scenarios of on-chain. There are many use cases of on-chain. Let me introduce some of them. And the first is the commodity traceability. From raw materials, processor, production, quality inspection, logistics to retailers and other information of the whole process can be tampered with, registered in the blockchain to achieve the whole process of traceability of authentic products. Consumers and regulators can easily query and verify related information. It improves the transparency of commodity information and effectively prevents counterfeit goods, protect brand value, and protect consumers' rights and interests. And the next example is supply chain finance. The supply chain finance based on-chain build a multi-party trust system and value network for financial institutions, core enterprises, and suppliers. It can make small and micro suppliers financing more easier. Next example is data asset sharing. The data asset sharing based on-chain can provide services such as data asset publishing and confirmation, data asset circulation and sharing control, data asset traceability and query. For example, the distributed ledger records can be operationed on data asset. The consensus algorithm provides multi-party consensus verification of data assets operation. There are many use cases of in on-chain. We will not introduce them one by one. They include oil chemical trading, letter of credit, real estate trading and renting, cross-border payment, digital identity, asset custody, and digital asset trading, commercial paper, charity, trade financing, asset-backed security, loyalty point exchange, etc. Okay, this is another This is another application of the decentralized. Sorry. Okay. The on-chain decentralized identity service. It is an identity management solution based on blockchain, which provides a set of functions such as entity identity creation, verification, and management, and solves the problem of cross-agency identity authentication and cooperation. On-chain has provided nucleic acid certification. Okay, this is certification based on distributed ID, and each detection reported corresponds to a unique digital identity on the blockchain system. And the proof information on the chain has a accurate timestamp and cannot be tampered. It provides certificate health information without paper materials. This is the figure is a service of the on-chain DIS in COVID-19 application. Okay. Besides, data security and privacy preserving are very important in DLT applications. Data sharing and privacy preserving must be balanced. So we have a TE-based solution. TE is applying TE to realize confidential computing on DLT system can provide sensitive data protection in various practical scenarios with guaranteed system performance. Yes, this is the application through TE-based on-chain data protection and off-chain privacy preserving computing in on-chain provides high performance asynchronous transaction processing, data privacy protection, flexible authorization, secure and immune to side channel error injection attacks. Also can provide a configurable trusted root. It generates computing results. For example, smart contract, in general, smart contract cannot carry out very complex algorithm operations. But through the off-chain privacy preserving computing, it generates computing results and verifiable operation proof and provides them to smart contract so as to realize the outsourced computation of a smart contract. Okay, this is a breakthrough of on-chain. Let's skip it. Okay, next is related recommendations in ITUT. Professor Yun introduces the whole picture of DLT or blockchain-related SDOs. I will introduce standardization work in ITUT. Study group 17 question 14 is for DLT security. This is a standardization roadmap of question 14. These work items are divided into three parts: the security for DLT platform, security management for DLT, and security for DLT applications. Okay, these are some examples of the DLT-related work items. The first one is recommendation X.1402. It has been published. It provides security framework for distributed ledger technology. It also provides security capability for DLT and a risk and a risk target and protection leadership model for DLT. I think these two models are very useful. And next is the recommendation of H.DLT-T. This work item is developed in SG16. It is based on the example I just introduced. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to use and implement these recommendations. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Well, thank you, Mrs. Bai. Our third panelist is Mr. Avi Barbier. Mr. Barbier is rapporteur, IoT Study Group 17, question 10. His presentation is about enabling the online decentralized digital identity layer through accountability. Mr. Barbier, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, you hear me? Thank you. Right.
Yes,
so
we can hear you, but
yeah, I will try to share. Okay, see my slides? Hello?
yes, we can see it, but you
Okay.
can put it in full screen mode.
Yes, I will try to. Let's see if it will work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so my name is Ali, and I'm the co-rapporteur of question 10 within Study Group 17, and also the co-founder of the ADIA Association. We're going to talk a little bit about ADIA as we go. So in the previous presentations, we had use cases.
Excuse me to interrupt you, but we don't see the interpretation properly. Do you want me to share that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do so. Let me know if you see that. Do you see
I do
this
see that.
presentation?
Yes. Yes. Okay, so let me try to close the chat. Okay, so I'm in slide 2 now. Yeah, so the previous presentations did give an overview of what distributed ledger is. Did touch a little bit about decentralized identity and what kind of work happening within various SDOs. At the end of the day, decentralized identity gives us the opportunity to include people in the online identity related transactions. So it has the opportunity to be inclusive. It has the opportunity to give identity to people that have no identity to be used, commercially on the online, which it's about 1.7 billion people that could qualify for this addition. And this will be good for GDP. There are some studies that say about 13% of global GDP can increase based on identity being inclusive. So this is one side and one benefit of distributed identities. However, the use of ledger for decentralized identity and digital identity in general has its own challenges. And part of the challenges, it's the data, the PII, and the trust in the identity data on a ledger. Having data on a ledger does not mean the data is accurate. The ledger ensures the transaction integrity, but you still go back to the original question. What's being transacted? Is it really legal identities or not? Are these identities accurate or not? Is the data accurate or not? And another issue that's of big importance is the interoperability. A lot of these solutions are specific to a specific ledger, and there are some technologies like the one being done by W3C in terms of the decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials that try to uplift that interoperability layer. However, these also have their own challenges in terms of accuracy, integrity, and the protocol and the standard is fine, but the data component in it, the trust in that data component, become one of the issues that need to be addressed. Next, please. Yeah, so identity theft is a big problem. I mean, in the US in last year, we have seen a large increase in identity theft. It's not very hard online to really imitate people or assume people identities. So this trend is increasing year after year, and the number of entities that are affected. In the older days, it used to be more toward like older generation because of whether they are computer savvy or not. But now we're seeing the trends to be increasing to include even people that are younger and those that we assume or we used to know that they are more computer savvy. So, the identity theft, the online fraud does not discriminate against anybody. It's increasing and it's problematic. Next, please. Yeah, so how can we solve this this problem? To solve this problem is we need to address the root trust of that. A lot of the solutions try to onboard people to the digital world, but the digital identity is not uniform. The digital identity is within a silo, and the amount of accountability for that silo vary. It's not consistent. So what we really need to do here is to jumpstart the process for a person by giving them the digital presence into the digital world in a way that's assured. So the trust in that spawning of the digital identity become very essential because it's root cause of all problems. It is the root cause of problem, whether it is digital or analog. In real life, if somebody managed to create documents that are breeder documents that assume somebody's identity, they can commit fraud and they can assume that identity. It's easier to do it online as offline, but the root cause is the accountability. Who can initiate you into a digital world in a way that makes sense and in a way that actually help you to prove your identity when you do that online. The problem, it's not uniform. Some countries have global IDs and national IDs, and these IDs are already like digitized, which help because, it's an extension of your identity from the analog world to the digital world. But in some other countries, there are no national ID and there isn't a proper mechanism which is uniform across the whole country to prove your identity online. Next. Okay, so, trust and accountability is essential to have transactions on the real world. And here, trust is in the whole ecosystem. So if you are talking to a relying party, you want to make sure you're talking to the right relying party. You don't want to be phished. You don't want to give your credential and the information to the wrong side. Although there are some network protocol layers to protect that component, but it's really every one of those layers are broken. So if you're trying to go to Amazon, for example, am I on the Amazon side or a phished side? You as a user need to understand that I am going to the real and accurate site. Okay, so and this is essential. On the other hand, also if you're going to a relying party, the relying party need to know who's on the other end of the transaction. Is it really you or someone pretending to be you? If you're using credentials based on username and password, they are shared secrets. This problem is much harder because, anybody can assume your identity because the credentials are phishable. So, DLT helped to solve part of these problems as long as we can come up with a system where it's a subscription based type and it's also interoperable. So in this way, every entity can prove their identity in a way where you can have a smart transaction and a trustworthy transaction. And all of this is feasible only if privacy is assured. So, the bottom line is the trust is a trust in all participants. Accuracy of the data, honoring of a contract when you consent to your data, the life cycle of the data for a transaction. You have to have confidence that everyone will fulfill their promise and they are liable for the promise as promised. You could do business whether you are with your own identity or as or anonymous. The system should support all of those type of transactions and in a way that is secure. Next. Yeah, so from decentralization, there are a lot of solutions that really look on and work on the PKI. And there is the self-sovereign movement, and there is the work within the Decentralized Identity Foundation, the Trust Over IP Foundation, some work also in Study Group 17, and some work in W3C with the dead identifiers and the verifiable credential. All of those are working together to create a stack that enable decentralized identity-based transactions. However, the expectation on the user is hard. So if you look at the typical system, the user or the user agent, they need to go and have basically a wallet. The wallet is related to ledger. Wallet interoperability become a problem. And the user has to maintain those things. Most of the users really do not want to do this. Most of the users want to get the benefits of decentralized identity, but they don't want to be part of the maintenance of their identity. They assume things will work. So the usability become an issue. You have a stronger infrastructure and stronger protocols to do the work properly. However, the user has much more burden. User want to get the benefit. We need to abstract as professionals. We need to abstract this out, the complexity out of the user, especially when the user is working on mobile devices. And the newer generations are more trustworthy of mobile devices, but they won't just click. They don't really read. They don't want to be involved in the underlying technology, but they can use it. And, with all the advances from the LT, what we're doing is still not strong enough in terms of replacement of username, password, in terms of authentication. If you look at the DID authentication protocol, it is based on self-asserted identity. So that first hop to go to a relying party is based on a security that's maybe as good or maybe weaker than a username password. And we want to go away from that. So we need to address the all part of the solutions in a way that makes sense while we have the integrity across all. Next. Yeah, so how can we solve this? We need to mimic in the digital world what the real world does. The real world is at the moment you are born, somebody will give you a birth certificate. So this birth certificate will become your entry to the world. You go to school, you go to university, you go to other stuff. Everything is anchored on some breeder document that's well accepted within your country. And then if once you want to federate and you go outside the country, there are mechanisms that allow you to do that, whether it is a passport or driving license or work permits or visas or any one of those. All of those are anchored on some breeder or bootstrapping entity. And this is your birth certificate or something similar depending on the country. And we need the equivalent in the digital world. And that we call it, with the solution from the IDEA Association is the digital address. And to get and obtain your digital address, it should be spawned by an issuer that's already trusted. And to utilize this digital address should be no different than using your email address. So it should be straightforward.
Sorry, Mr. Barbier.
Yes.
2 minutes left because
Okay.
I can hear well you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next. Yes, and within the IDEA Association, which is the Assured Digital Identity Association, there are concepts. Data do not move. Users own their own data, so the data stay with the issuer, which is very important. The consent is very well known, and users are in charge of their own identities. Privacy is assured. We use a lot of the decentralized identity concepts, including the self-sovereign concept. But the structure of the solution does not require the user to be part of the stack. They get the benefit without getting to know the technology in details. More, please. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yes, and you have interchanges. The interchange is basically processing node, and the way the architecture work, it allow every interchange to work within their competence. So it could be financial transaction interchange. You could do identity escrow if you want, because identity delegation is very important, especially in healthcare and financial transactions. So, you know, the system is a hierarchy of trusted entities that work together using peer-to-peer technology and DLT technology. Next slide. I'm going to skip this one. Next one. Yeah, and the hierarchy work in a way that's similar to the DNS system. All the PKI interchanges are part of the certificate authority. So although ledgers are being used, but still the PKI is universal, and you can have per nation and region directories, and each one of those addresses to the digital identity per that nation. Next. I'm going to skip this one. Next. Yeah, so our specification are almost ready. We are at almost version 1. It should be open for the whole world to review by end of July, we're hoping. And after that, you know, we're going to open the organization to get more members and start having adoption and deployment. Next. Okay, we can skip this one. So, you know, what I wanted to say here is there are nice practical solutions that are based on ledger technology, decentralized solutions that ensure interoperability and provide all the benefits of the centralization to the end users in a way that is technology agnostic and plug and play. So I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Barbier. Please, to the technical moderator, I need the sound or to warn the speakers. Thank you, Mr. Barbier. The next panelist, our last panelist, is Mr. Vasily Dolmatov. Mr. Dolmatov is ITUT Study Group 17, Vice Chair, Work Program 1, Chairman, Technology Advisor, Kryptonite. His presentation is about Digital Trust Platform, the new approach to centralized identification and PII, personal identifier information handling. Thank you, Mr. Dolmatov. Please, the floor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good day, good evening, everyone. I would like to present a digital trust platform. Well, that's nice. So, as you know, the personal identifiable information is a ground-based way in identification. PIs are created by a limited set of legal entities who issues documents with some personal information. But PIs are used now for identification by an unlimited set of services. In that process, PIs are copies to thousands or dozens of thousands places, and there they are subjected to leakage and misuse. Well, I will skip several introductory slides because they're already covered by previous panelists. And go directly to digital trust platform development principles. So we are giving user maximum control upon own PI. We are kind of a sovereign identity system. We use basic cryptographic mechanisms only. We do not use any new protocols which are not yet thoroughly analyzed, and in that case, they are not certified by regulators. So we built a PII protection system which can correspond to any country legislation because it does not rely on anything except basic cryptographic primitives, which are standardized by country legislations. And we would like to have a minimal cost of implementations in existing ICT systems. We try to not to force them to change their systems drastically and to have only a connectivity layer to the new platform, keeping all ICT system intact. Digital Trust Platform defines three entities: user, the person that owns PI; inspector, entity that creates and stores document containing PI; and service, the entity that needs proof of PI existence and validity. X protocol developed by Cryptonet is used for communication between entities. In that system, PIs are never circulated in a readable form in the platform, are never provided to services in readable form, are never stored in any centralized storage. So the PIs exist only in two places: at user or in inspector who creates them and already knows them. So we do not create new points of exposure of PIs, and that is a principle. So the service can ask for proof of existence and validity of PI of given user from corresponding inspector and get the only thing as an answer, that the PI exists and is valid. That's all. No content of PI are disclosed. Inspector either approves it or no. So the system have a given structure. So you can see the user, you can see the service, and you can see the inspector. And you have a vision of the digital trust center, which does not contain PIs at all, which does not organize traffic of PIs for itself. So digital trust center never had any PI in its possession. We do not need to prevent the theft from the center, and the compromise of the center does not lead to compromise of any PII. The user has a personal trust model, which is a cryptographic device properly certified for the making PI secure in accordance with a given legislation. So this personal trust model is used for the signing requests to the inspector, the ask of the proof of existence and validity of PI. This answer to this request is sent to the service, and service stores it. For what? Just in case there will be conflict between the user and the service, and the identity of the user should be revealed, for instance, in court. Only in that case, inspector is allowed to open PI contents and present it to the court in the legal order. So thus, this platform eliminates the transport of the PI and storing it in the innumerous number of the services. They are using a set of contemporary standards. Number of the IoT standards, you know, we rely on PKI infrastructure because all requests and answers are digitally signed. We use digital object architecture standardized by IoT for the creation links between data and making algorithms for finding the proper inspector, which contains necessary PII for the given request. We use a standard set of basic cryptographic mechanisms. In Russia, you see which one, but this set is interchangeable with any other set which conforms to legislation of the given country or the given enterprise or something like that. We use contemporary internet standards like TLS 1.3 and others. And we use newly developed X protocol, which is mathematically proven to be resistant to the vast number of the attacks on the protocol. The use of this protocol does not reveal PII in any case. Maybe sometimes later the attack could be found, but now a lot of attacks are mathematically proven to be invalid for this protocol. Simple examples you can see here. It's just a car sharing service where now users should provide the passport or any other ID and driver license. And credit request, again, the bank requests credit history, tax history, again, passport copy, and so on. Medical requests, again, insurance company now collect medical information and stores it in its databases, thus creating one more point of a possible leakage of that data. Now, having a pandemic of COVID-19, the one more application of this service is just a request of the proof of vaccination, for instance, which can be transferred through this platform. Again, not revealing even the name of the person who asks for that. Now they have a lot of systems which create some kind of the COVID passports, and for the handling of these passports, one should again check against the existing documents, so this passport should contain PII. In a digital trust platform, there is not necessary because request is created from the individual trust module, and that model belongs to a given person. So the possible usage effects I will omit because I think they are quite obvious. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dolmatov. We have some time for questions. I have a question for Professor Yu. In this COVID-19 pandemic period, technical recommendations on digital vaccination certificate, one of the killer applications, should be studied by IoT in cooperation with other relevant organizations. Does IoT SG17 have any plan to address these issues soon? Are you here?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Morinari. So actually, IoT Study Group 17, currently in cooperation with Study Group 16 and Study Group 20, plan to hold a IoT workshop on digital vaccination certificate, which will be held on this August 11th, virtually. So objective of these workshops to identify use cases for digital vaccination certificates and identifying challenges for implementing and federating this vaccination certificate, and investigation potential collaboration with WHO and sharing ongoing activities with relevant groups and identifying way forward of the election for ITOT study group 17, study group 16, and study group 20 to undertake in the near future. So I would like to invite all the participants to join this ITU workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yoon. Well, time is up. I thank the panelists for sharing their knowledge and experience. ITU membership's excellence has been well represented. I suggest to read the completed bio of the panelists. The presentations were uploaded. I'd like to thank the Councillor Yang and Aminata Madhu for the support. Please continue enjoying the event, and thank you for joining us. Have a good journey, and I leave the floor for the next moderator, the moderator of the next session. Thank you, Eugenia.
Hello.
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. Everybody can hear me. Welcome, everyone. That was a great ending to the prior session, and we look forward to getting started with this one. It looks like people are joining. So I'll just start and say hello, everyone, and good day. I know we're all in different time zones, but welcome to today's session. My name is Gwen Murphy. I'm the CEO of Athena Advisory, as well as Certify. Athena Advisory focuses on advanced artificial intelligence, machine learning, and analytics in terms of helping companies with product design, smart cities, and using innovation. Also, our company, Certify, focuses on using technology to address sustainability in global supply chains. So I'm happy to be here. I'm pleased to be your moderator. Feel free to post your questions as we proceed through the session in the chat. We will be looking for some questions from the chat to ask, but if we don't get to all those questions, we will be following up after the session. So let's go ahead and get started and introduce our panel. We have Dr. Hotham Al-Tuwaijeri, the Assistant Director of the Saudi Data and AI Authority. We have Hani Eskandar, the Senior Coordinator for Digital for the International Telecommunications Union, ITU. We have Lassina Kone, the CEO from Smart Africa. And we have Tania Marcos, Vice Chairman of the United for Smart Sustainable Cities. And we have Davor Orlek, the Chief Operations Officer at the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO. So welcome, everybody, and welcome to our panel. We're very excited to get started. We're going to start with a few presentations, and then we're going to shift to asking our panelists some questions and then bring in the group for some additional questions. So let's go ahead and get started with Tania Marcos. She's going to talk to us about the United for Smart Sustainable Cities initiative. Tania?
Thank you very much, Gwen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here today to talk about the United for Smart Sustainable Cities initiative. U4SSC. Let's start then. Well, the United for Smart Sustainable Cities, next please. We can move. Next slide, please, there. The U4SSC is an initiative from the United Nations that is helping cities to cope with these fundamental level digital transformation changes and enabling them to progress consistently along the path of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is a UN initiative co-led by ITU, UNESE, and the UN Habitat. And it's supported by a number of UN bodies, as you can see in the slide, that is dedicated to helping cities achieve specifically the Sustainable Development Goal 11, to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. It serves as the platform to advocate for public policy and to encourage the use of ICTs and digital technologies to facilitate the transition to smart, sustainable cities. It has a comprehensive focus when it comes to smart, sustainable cities. It considers every aspect of this within this framework. It is working on the various thematic groups shown here, which span a variety of timely and relevant smart city topics, including city platforms to improve city governance, and a group dedicated to the idea of economic and financial recovery post-COVID-19. Next, please. Well, the approach to enhancing smartness and sustainability developed by U4SCC is meant to be measurable and reportable. To this end, the initiative has developed a set of international key performance indicators, those KPIs, for SCCs, to establish the criteria to evaluate the ICTs and digital technologies contribution in making cities smarter and more sustainable, and to provide cities with the means for self-assessment. That's very important. The KPIs and their framework can be found in a dedicated collection methodology publication, which provides city with a methodology on how to collect data for each KPI, along with other relevant, useful information. The KPIs are based on an international ITU standard. It's the recommendation ITU-T Y.4903 on key performance indicators for smart sustainable cities to assess the achievement of sustainable development goals. And this is very important because the standardization work done is the basis for all this development. So it has the overarching dimensions of economy, environment, and society and culture. The dimensions are each further broken into a set of sub-dimensions as well as categories, and they focus on more specific areas of performance and progress, whereas the categories organize the underlying KPIs. And we are close to 100 KPIs that cities can measure and report to capture their true current state in all three dimensions above. Next, please. Implementation of the KPIs in cities all over the world is resulting in many free resources available for public consumptions, such as the city snapshot, the verification report, fact sheet, and case studies. These reports benchmark and progressively elaborate the findings from the implementation of the U4SCC KPIs in the city and providing useful analysis and important lessons learned, actionable recommendations, and other key insights for the city's future smartness and sustainability. These reports also demonstrate the city's ongoing development and progress as a U4SCC smart sustainable city, thereby proving to be a vital tool to make the market and to promote the city's efforts both nationally and internationally. It's a very good tool for benchmark. Next, please. As mentioned previously, a key part of the KPIs program has been the development of a benchmark program to visualize a city's progress against defined benchmarks based on meeting the SDGs or related to performance of leading cities globally. So here are the benchmarking results for Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, which undertook the data collection process in cooperation with ITU-T early in 2019. This graphic uses the easy to understand traffic light system to provide a powerful tool for city action so that the areas that may need potential action are easily seen in red and yellow. Cities within the U4SCC program have used this tool to prioritize action to address areas of less than optimal performance and to communicate effectively with all city stakeholders. Next, please. The U4SCC has produced and published a number of helpful cutting-edge deliverables since its inception. These comprehensive reports and their complements of case studies can be found on the U4SCC deliverables webpage, completely free. And they contain best practice guidance meant to help cities increase their sustainability in a smart way, so as to weather disruptive events such as the pandemic. Next, please. Thank you very much for your time today and allowing me to introduce the U4SCC's activities. And please feel welcome to contact us anytime if you are interested in learning more about this initiative work in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Tania. Terrific. All right, let's move to our next presenter. Hani Eskandar is going to talk to us about smart villages, a whole government approach to digitally transform rural villages.
Thank you very much, Tina, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to share with you some insights from a concept that we've been starting to pilot at ITU with a number of partners since a few years now. And it's really about bringing the power of digital technologies to rural areas and how we see this as what we can call a whole of government approach for digital transformation of rural communities. The interesting part of this concept that we have started to pilot in Niger, in Africa, which is a very relevant approach, giving that 80% of the population of a country like Niger resides in rural areas. But what we have seen that this concept is now gaining some traction. There are a number of countries where ITU started to work with to deploy similar type of approaches in Pakistan, in Indonesia, in many Pacific islands and other African countries as well. We will be glad to share, some insights about what is this model and concept is really about and how we can approach bringing the power of technology to rural communities. I think needless to say that, rural areas is unfortunately where some of the hardest problems are faced. There is more like 3 times higher rates of poverty than compared to urban areas and cities. And we all understand, the type of challenges that the villages feeds in terms of isolation, but also in terms of shortage of access to, basic services, whether in terms of health, education, etc. While there are around 45% of the global population still live in rural areas. So while digital can bring, of course, as we all know, a lot of good potential for rural areas, the approach itself could be quite challenging if you would like to address many of the needs of the villages, in terms of their, health, education, agriculture, commerce, etc. We cannot do that unless we really change our approach. And, going business as usual, if we would like to consider the overall community, is definitely cannot work anymore, and you really need to adopt a slightly different approach. The current approaches of having, this standalone silos initiative that are really pushed by the supply side, etc., cannot work if you are wanting to scale those types of initiatives in rural areas and to cover hundreds, if not thousands, of villages simply because the cost and the level of efforts would not be affordable. So this is where the smart villages concept comes as a different approach of how you approach this, the community as a holistic unit, and really try to work across sectors and multiple sectors in a way that is very inclusive. And this is what you can call it a whole of government or even a whole of society approach, where you are not going to address, standalone discrete elements, but you would like to consider them as a whole. And by doing that, there is a huge opportunity for, saving in terms of cost and efforts and mutualize your digital investment. We always want to kind of give an example of this as carpooling. Instead of governments would like, to have a bus that goes to those villages that are in some cases very, very hard to reach, where the bus will take one time the agriculture team, another time the health team, another time the education team. Let's have one bus that can take all of us at the same time and go to serve the community in a comprehensive and integrated manner. So really, the kind of the strength of this type of approach is that we are considering also the needs of a citizen in an integrated manner. As we know, a farmer is also a father who has children, who needs to educate, he has health issues, etc. So the starting point really is to adopt this citizen-centric approach. And you can, what we usually do is that we have this kind of user-centric approach with kind of a needs assessment that are based on the different profiles and personas in the village, and really look at all what they need in terms of access to markets, financial services, health, emergency support in some cases, etc. And by compiling those types of needs, we can rationalize the investments and really come up with some sort of a framework that can address the needs of all of those people. Here is like a very kind of a simple what we call the solution or the problem tree, and how can we address all those problems through this kind of integrated approach, where we not only bring the connectivity, but we also make sure that it's a meaningful connectivity, and that is also accompanied by building local digital literacy capacities, working on the affordability issues, and also considering more than one need of the citizen. How it looks like in reality, I mean, you can imagine it as a kind of a network of communities, and some of those communities can be very, very hard to reach. You can take 10, 15 hours drive in some cases to reach a village. So what you need to create is a network of connected villages that could be served by some sort of a common platform that all the governments, and this is where the whole of government concept comes, can really use the same sort of infrastructure and platform to reach out to the villages. So not every ministry or government, or even some of the development partners, they don't need to invest on their own channel to reach out to the villages. This is a visual way how a village can look like, which a mixture of services that are deployed within a village so that each group of the village can benefit. And we don't only limit the impact for maybe a health center, a nurse in a health center, but we try to expand the benefits to all the different groups in the village by having some specialized application for health, for agriculture, having a hotspot where community members can come, they can receive some sort of a digital health training, and very importantly that we target at the same time like individuals, but also we target people who have a role in the village, like professionals, like a health and a kind of education, a teacher or a school director. All of those people, we need to kind of give them some sort of core services where they can start to benefit. We have tried to explain how is the process of building up a model for smart villages, and we've been very glad to co-publish this what we call the Smart Village Blueprint with Smart Africa, with Niger, with the Digital Impact Alliance, and with the contribution from many partners, and also building on the experience of a lot of initiatives that have been done in this space. And the blueprint really gives a kind of variety of tools and approaches and steps that you can take to really build a model, which of course will not be the same model across all countries, even across all villages. So the whole idea that this kind of model needs to be built based on the current context of countries, based on the current capacities and capabilities in the country, but all with the same objective to serve more than one SDG with kind of the same investments, so that we can scale up and we can cover as many rural communities as possible. And of course, you can download this blueprint for free, and we will be very glad to respond to some of your questions or clarification if you would like to have them. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Hani. Let's go ahead and move to Davor Orlik, who's going to talk to us about smart cities and some of the interesting things they're looking at in terms of creative funding for some of these investments and innovations. Orlik? Davor? You just have to click mute.
Hi, can you hear me now? Is it okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. Got a couple of slides. Just as an introduction, the new center, the new IRCAI Center, is funded by the government of Slovenia. It's quite a young center, although the expertise and the human resources have been there for quite some time. It's inspired by the international work in the field of AI through a couple of different communities in AI, so policymakers, researchers, investors, and so on. And obviously it's set up to showcase AI and how that can benefit humanity. We are involved with, since we are a UNESCO center, we are involved with UNESCO on many levels, but I'd like to point out that we are now undertaking a needs assessment for AI in seeds countries, so small island countries. And I'll tell you why in a second. How does that work out? As you know, AI is an ecosystem. It's not just one hub or one player or one group of researchers. You need to have quite a lot of that to make it work, from NGOs to investors to, again, research and so on. So the center is, at the core of it, we've got program committees that would sort of like drive the research agenda and identify which technologies and AI or machine learning methods could be applied for grand challenges. In terms of communities, this is what we've done with our African colleagues. So we've built up with a couple of partners. The IRCAI personnel built up a network called AI for Deep. So that was really strong in Africa, finished up a couple of months ago. But we kicked off through this initiative new networks. We achieved quite a lot, funded workshops, 4 reports, challenges, language challenges for African languages, mind you, which is not the case for Europe. Some of the African languages are computationally very interesting, having speakers in the millions or hundreds of millions. So this is really a best practice in terms of creating smart communities. And the needs assessment work with the seeds is basically trying to understand whether we can do the same thing with seeds countries, the way we've done with the sub-Saharan countries. One of the things that we are setting up now is a global network of AI centers in sustainable development, which we think would enormously benefit the agenda of sustainable development in general. And I can answer questions on that. But what we want to do ideally is find different research groups that are solving different problems by using AI, but at the same time, essentially solving SDG challenges and questions. And a very good example that the center is running is a project called Naiades. I'll drop you also the link into the chat. So the idea is that with this project, we're trying to understand water management solutions on a scale throughout Europe, right? So real-time data for buildings, providing information about maintenance of operations and so on. The idea of this is at the end that we're also investigating social impact bonds. Once you have the technologies done, you can benchmark SDG achievements, so whether you have achieved a specific SDG or not, and how do you then make that an interesting platform for investors to invest in. And we think that social impact bonds might be something that could benefit AI startups and AI researchers in terms of impact investment. So that's all from my side.
Thank you, Davar. Terrific. All right, let's move on. I've just been informed that the mayor from Tunisia is here today. I'm looking for her now in the Zoom. I'm hoping that she might be willing just to take a moment before we get started with our other panelists and tell us what she's doing in her city in Tunisia, in Tunis, around smart cities, her experience with smart cities and some of the challenges and opportunities. Saoud Abderrahim, if you'd like to. Yeah, could you speak up for just a moment?
Je suis là.
Yeah,
great.
Oui,
ok, je suis là. Bonjour. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, mesdames et messieurs. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier l'Union internationale de télécommunications qui nous réunit aujourd'hui afin d'échanger, de partager nos expériences et nos expertises dans un domaine qui prouve de plus en plus son importance dans la vie moderne, la digitalisation, et cette réunion virtuelle fait preuve. Nous, les maires, et étant donné notre proximité des citoyens, nous sommes appelés, plus que n'importe quel autre responsable, d'être en communication constante avec nos communautés et surtout d'être en mesure de faciliter leurs relations avec les services municipaux avec lesquels ils sont souvent en contact, l'état civil, l'urbanisme, pour ne reprendre que ces deux exemples. La crise liée à la pandémie Covid-19 nous a placés, quant à elle, face à un nouveau défi, celui de garder cette proximité tout en veillant à la distanciation. Un contraste qui ne peut se concrétiser que grâce à la communication numérique et la digitalisation. La crise nous a aussi montré l'écart énorme qui se trouve entre les citoyens en capacité d'accéder à ces services. Le télétravail devient de plus en plus une solution pour surmonter les confinements successifs que nous vivons et jusqu'à nos jours. Les agents doivent être capables d'assurer leurs tâches à distance et les citoyens doivent être capables de recevoir les meilleurs services municipaux à distance. La plupart de nos outils de travail doivent donc être repensés pour les adapter à ce contexte. De même, les équipes en charge de nos systèmes d'information doivent être formées à la gestion des projets digitaux. Nos lignes métiers doivent disposer de compétences particulières pour prendre en compte le digital dans leur feuille de route. La mise à niveau des outils et la formation des personnels s'imposent afin de les adapter à un écosystème de plus en plus complexe. La ville Smart City, doit être globale. Elle doit prendre en compte tout cela, mais aussi les attentes de la société civile grâce à une gouvernance participative, et ces services ne doivent pas être limités aux services de base. Il est nécessaire d'octroyer les services d'encadrement de l'enfance et de la jeunesse à distance, les services culturels à distance et même un certain niveau de services de santé à distance. Là aussi, outils et formation. La ville smart doit enfin se soucier des droits humains, c'est-à-dire veiller à la protection des données personnelles qu'elles accumulent. Et le public ne doit pas être oublié. Il est donc important de mettre en place les stratégies nécessaires pour aider les couches défavorisées, de créer des tiers-lieux d'échange afin d'assurer l'intégration sociale. C'est dans cette perspective que nous travaillons avec nos partenaires internationaux et locaux pour jeter les bases de Tunis de demain. Tunis, la ville intelligente et résiliente. Ceci se traduit par des projets phares que nous réalisons avec l'Association internationale des maires francophones et avec l'USAID. Ces projets nous permettront de puiser dans notre richesse, de nous baser sur notre réalité pour changer la réalité socio-économique d'une manière efficace. Tout ceci à travers une approche participative et en collaboration avec le patronat et les start-upers et en assurant la mise en place de l'infrastructure nécessaire et de partenariats adéquats pour innover et avancer. Notre approche est toujours très concrète et soucieuse de la vie du citoyen. Les citoyens savent comment nous précédons. Pas de promesses, pas de grands discours, mais une gouvernance efficace, car gouverner, pour nous, c'est agir et interagir en partant du réel. Nous tirons les leçons donc des crises que nous secouons pour devenir plus solides, pour cohabiter dans toute la richesse de notre diversité et pour puiser dans l'innovation. Nous avons besoin pour y parvenir de toute la force de la détermination et du courage. Nous avons besoin aussi de nos partenaires et amis dont le soutien nous est très précieux pour pouvoir avancer. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also from Africa, we have the Smart Africa Secretariat, Mr. Lucina Kone. Welcome, Lucina. We would love to hear also about what is going on with Smart Africa and Smart Cities. If you could take a few minutes to update us and tell us what's going on in your region.
Sure, yes, I will just do that right now. Files. The sounds. Hold on a second here. Why is not basic? Well, I have my file here from your platform to share. It has to be in Dropbox.
Oh, did you send it in advance to Amanita?
No, I did not send it in advance to Anita. Well, you know, I will just send that right now to Minata. I think.
And put it in there.
Sure, if you didn't have it, okay.
Yeah.
I can talk through it, no problem. And I will send it later on. Smart Africa, to tell you a little bit about Smart Africa, first of all, Smart Africa is the Pan-African multilateral organization created in 2013 with the sole vision of transforming Africa into a single digital market. By saying that, they've elaborated the 5 manifesto. The number 1 manifesto is to put ICT at the center of national and social economic development. Number 2 is to improve access to ICT, especially the broadband. Number 3 was to improve the accountability, efficiency, and openness through ICT, the use of ICT. Number 4, which is very important, is to put the ICT at the private sector first. And number 5, to leverage ICT to promote sustainable development in our communities. Today, we are 32 country members, totaling about 815 million consumer as a market. And we have a clear vision as an ambition, which is to transform Africa from now to 2013 into a single digital market. We do this through 3 strategic areas. The number 1 strategic area is to develop affordable digital infrastructure access in the continent. And number 2 is to promote and facilitate doing business and investing across Africa. Number 3 is to accelerate the birth and the development of a digital society. So to talk about a sustainable smart cities and the communities in Africa, there are challenges. I will talk about challenges, progress, and possibilities. Today, the urbanizations in Africa is progressing rapidly. As we all know, the projections predict that 70% of the African population will be living in cities by 2050, which means that African population will be 2.5 billion by 2050. And we can see this urbanization has been progressing since 2 decades ago. Our approach, with this progress in urbanization, there will be some challenges caused by the exponential growth, namely more traffic, meaning mobility, more cars in the cities, and the water loss as well. We have energy consumption, which becomes a challenge. We have a cost of the health and the social services, which becomes a big challenge. Poverty also alleviations, which also create eventually pollutions in the cities. The top challenges, per city and region in our views in the Smart Africa, just sample of example, we've taken like 3 or 4 countries. In Accra, in West Africa, Ghana, we have the mobility, infrastructure, utility, which are very common to, I believe, that, most of the cities around the world. We have Tunisia as well, which is e-governance, mobility, infrastructure, and so on and so forth, as the mayor mentioned recently. In Kigali, we have the same challenge, which is also shared across our countries. Therefore, Smart Africa, our approach to sustainable smart cities in Africa, it is every single country has a flagship project, and the flagship project for Kigali, for Rwanda, was a smart cities blueprint. And this blueprint was launched on May 10th, 2017, during our Transform Africa Summit in Kigali here by His Excellency, the Chairman of Smart Africa, President Paul Kagame. And subsequent to that, of course, when the specific country works on the blueprint, just like in Niger works on the smart villages, ITU just presented it now, we consider that as a best practice sharing. And so we share this blueprint across the country. As we're speaking today, Benin, Guinea, Ghana, and Tunisia are looking into the continental blueprint for sustainable smart cities blueprints developed by Smart Africa. And to move on, to give you an example of a concrete pilot project we've done, because once the country goes from the concept nodes to the blueprint, we go to the pilot before we actually scale up on the continental. For the pilot of the smart city, so far, Smart Africa, we have financed, there are 11 big markets in the Kigali. We have financed the smart city, so 7 markets out of those 11 markets, which is basically a smart waste collection and management project. The way it was before in every big market, in the city, there was a dumpster. People would be dumping all the garbages there, which may not necessarily be sorted out before. So we built a physical location for those dumpsters, and we also use the IoT to link it to the municipality, who will be tracking who will be tracking the level of the dumpster whenever it's full, and the dispatching team will be sent over to collect those. And if now they collected, now the trash bin, the bins are completely separated, recyclable and non-recyclable. That was the first project. And the second project is the control and command center for all the smart city initiative in Kigali, which include meters, electricity meters, water meters, and street lights, and so on and so forth. And this project will be inaugurated actually this month. So the future, the way we see the future of African city, the African city in the future has to be connected. We have the advantage that we are really working in Africa here on the green field, not the brown fields. Everything has to be done, not everything has to be redone. And it has to be green, the future African city. It has to be clean. for the environment. It has to be safe, resilient, and also efficient. Of course, we also make sure any initiative in the smart city domain or the ecosystem we engage in, we make sure that it is bankable and it is open for. I'm talking about examples of projects like a city flow and the city services, the smart cities, smart business services, and so on and so forth, just to mention a few. And this is what Smart Africa has achieved so far in terms of a smart city, sustainable smart city in Africa. We work on a holistic approach by going through a pilot in a specific country, and we propagate those solutions to the remaining of our members. Thank you very much. I think you are muted.
I keep forgetting that they put me on mute between sessions. I'm very quiet. I don't know why. But let's move to Saudi Arabia. Dr. Hatham Al-Tuarji, there's an awful lot going on in your region in terms of the NOAM project and the line, as well as the Red Sea project. Would you take a few minutes to tell our audience about what you're doing and your vision and the aspirations for sustainable cities along the Red Sea?
Sure. So first of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to basically talk about the very interesting projects that are undergoing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As you mentioned, currently and under Vision 2030, which was launched in 2016 by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, there are 3 mega projects that are going around sustainable smart cities. Let me start by giving you an initial explanation about the first one, which is NEOM. Basically, NEOM is a new city that we are creating from scratch. We are calling it the City of Dreamers, where we envision this city to be the city of future, where the main idea basically is to gather the greatest minds and talents around the world, and basically to pioneer the smartest ideas to get implemented in that. What makes NEOM very much interesting is, at the end of the day, a greenfield now. It's located in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, which is basically a prime location at the crossroads for the entire world. And the area of it is 35 times larger than Singapore. So it's a great portion of land. Basically, and based on the strategies and the ambition that we are trying to achieve, an expected income for that city should basically increase to reach $100 billion US dollars by 2030. We are envisioning and imagining that this will create huge opportunities for people in the city. That comes from the ability to create the jobs of the future. Also, it will help to develop the economy in the region, and it will provide a great test bed for the innovators and the entrepreneurs in the future. If you would allow me, I will also move to our second project, which is a pioneering project, a unique one, where the idea basically is to establish a city from scratch. It's called The Line. We are expecting to have 1 million residents in this city. What makes this city very unique, it's basically a line that goes 170 kilos. And we are basically trying to preserve 95% of nature in that city. So basically, this city will have 0 cars, 0 streets, and 0 carbon emissions. The main idea of this city is basically to power it by basically what we call an invisible backbone underground that will basically facilitate all the needed infrastructure and utilities to the city, such as the networking, electricity, utilities, taking in mind how can we design this to be green and preserves the environment. It's basically, we envision it as an urban revolution where that we are building as a citizen-centric city, taking people as our first priority in that city. The third city that we are also creating and what we are also envisioning to be unique is a luxury destination. It's what we call the Red Sea project. It's basically the new Maldives and Hawaii. Basically, it's a luxury destination that we are building around nature and around basically the great nature in the Red Sea, where basically there are untouched islands where we'll be basically building on top of it those luxury destinations, resorts, preserving the environment, and basically allowing people to have those luxury destinations. More importantly, this will give a huge opportunity to show the culture of the region and that goes thousands of years back in the history, and also ensuring that this is done in a sustainable manner to position Saudi Arabia as a destination on the global tourism map. Basically, in such city, we are envisioning that data and AI will play a huge role by basically allowing the visitors and the tourists in those islands with the best, most luxurious journeys that basically goes from the time they arrive until they leave, by having frictionless arrival and departure process, where basically the visitor will not worry about getting in the country, getting in the customs, worrying about his luggage, where we will be utilizing data and AI to ensure that this is delivered to him at his final destination. Concepts of digital identity, digital wallets will be also implemented. So we would like to see a cashless payment and touch-free experiences. At the end of the day, our ambition is basically to ensure that we have a one-stop shop for the entire journey.
Fabulous. Thank you, Dr. Hotham. We are going to move to our panel discussion next. I do want to just pause for a moment and check the time and ask our interpreters if we have permission to go over time about 10 minutes. Can the interpreters, can you hear me, the interpreters? We want to know if we have your permission
yes,
to
you
go.
have 10 minutes.
Yes.
4:10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and open this up to our panel and have an open discussion. Today's focus is on the LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDs, right? So we're looking at some of our cities, developing cities and rural communities. What are some of the use cases that our panelists are aware of? And what are some of the challenges and opportunities in smart cities and lessons learned that some of these smaller cities can adopt? Someone want to start? I think everybody's on mute.
Yeah, I would like to start if that's possible.
Go ahead, Latina. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the implementation of the smart city project in Kigali here, which is of course connected, which you consider to be not only it's the landlocked developed country, it's only 12 million populations, the country, but Kigali itself is about 1.6 in the daytime, and it goes down to 1.1 in the evening time. The challenges, you know, the LCDs are faced with the multiple challenges during the implementation, which form the basis of the great opportunity. It's a challenge and it's an opportunity. And each of which, you know, may be seen as a challenge. It's actually a great opportunity, as I said. Number one is the mobility. You know, the city need better to get the better with the transportations. And in Kigali, it's much more in advance than elsewhere because the mobility-wise, you have of course, public transportations, and we have taxis, we have motorbike, and so on and so forth. Other challenge is the connectivity of the infrastructure. It's very important because when we talk about smart city, mainly we really talking about the core of the smart city. I can say core infrastructure is really IoT and the infrastructure which runs on the 4G or fiber. I will actually say 4G, which is wireless, because it's not everywhere. It's not every single IoT you can actually reach out using a fiber optic. And the challenge number 3 we've seen is actually environmental management. You know, the city needs to have an efficient waste collection, which is very important. Waste management and waste recycling processes have been in place. Most of the produce, waste, can be recycled, of course, to repurpose it while reducing. That will reduce actually pollution. Also, utility management is the number 4. Number 5 we see as very important. It's the safety and the security. A smart city need to be safe city where security is granted, and emergency services responsive also, fast, effective in serving the residents of the tourists. These are the challenges we faced when we were implementing our smart city project in Kigali.
Maybe I can jump in as well, maybe to share some examples of use cases from the smart villages type of approach, particularly in the SIDS. I can maybe share an example of a very clear use cases from our current engagement with one of the Pacific Islands, Vanuatu, which is a SID. I mean, there are some very key, hurdles or challenges that, communities in the islands are facing. For example, because there is no like a bank ATM in the island, and of course there is no digital payments available. If you need to have money, you need to take a boat and actually to go to another island to get cash out of the bank. And you can imagine how it is time consuming, how it is expensive. And actually, it's not only expensive because you are taking a boat, because you are taking the boat alone. If you are managing to bring 10, 15 people going, to the same thing, using the same boat, the cost will be down. They have a lot of, catches from fishes, and because they don't know where to sell those fishes, and they don't have, like a clear marketplace where they can, say we have those type of fishes, and because there is no refrigeration, they cannot keep those fishes, a long time. Those seems to be their reality, which creates a lot of hurdles in terms of income generation. Makes the cost of living relatively high, but also prevent them of leveraging their own resources. They cannot even promote all the beautiful islands they have, in terms of attracting tourism, etc. All those types of use cases, I mean, we can imagine that by simple, even a WhatsApp application can help them. Creating a group where if you would like to take a boat, send to this WhatsApp group and you can pool few people. Very simple types of application using digital technologies can really make an impact. So it's really about how would you, bring this real digital transformation. And here we are really talking about a real transformation in their life by, some wise kind of efficient use of digital technologies, which needs to be coupled with, digital literacy and things like that. But we can definitely see that the opportunities for real transformation is significant.
Terrific. Yeah. Anyone else want to comment? Go ahead, Tania.
Yes, please. I'm going to give you the link to the latest deliverable of the United for SCC initiative, because it is called Simple Ways to Be Smart, because you don't need a big effort on the hugest technologies. And in this deliverable, we had the cooperation, and it's already stated the needs of small islands, developing states, and sub-Saharan African cities, and Latin American cities as well. And I think it's a very good reference document. So I will send you right now the link to this.
Terrific.
Deliverable.
All right. Comments from Davor or Soded or Dr. Hotham? Any comments on the smart cities for developing countries?
I mean, so my thinking goes along the ways of what we were discussing in terms of, I mean, what I mentioned in terms of social impact bonds, for example.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that people will most likely use whatever they have available, but will they be, how will they feel or understand? How does that affect, for example, especially in seeds, the small island countries, how does that affect, for example, their life on a larger scale, which is the topic of the center, right? So IRCAI is interested in artificial intelligence for sustainable development, which seems to be a phenomenally huge topic, right? I mean,
right.
It's not even tangible as an idea, it's just so big. What is sustainable development when you start discussing technologies, right? And it's even bigger in terms of consumers and citizens. How do they interact with the idea of using these technologies and knowing that they have done or achieved some sort of impact for their own lives?
Mm-hmm.
It's smart cities and smart communities, but at the same time, it is citizens and consumers at the end of the day, which Hani was mentioning, right? So I'm interested in how that plays out in terms of when we say smart, we want to kind of hint at artificial intelligence and data, but can we? Can we? I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah. Are you referring to the data sharing aspects of?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, if we don't have, so what we need is data on a larger scale, right? Something that is not big in quantity, but in quality, I think. So how do we achieve the system where we can say that smart cities are basically producing data that can be reused later on for AI purposes for sustainable development, from climate change all the way up? And then the question is, once you have all of that, what do you do with it? It's just data, right? I mean, it won't do magic. So how can we open it, create a market where people will actually be involved in a direct way by investing into it? Let's say a smart city would produce, 70 or 100 companies, 100 AI startups a year. That would be phenomenal. But how can people literally invest in them? What is the mechanism of citizens investing in them? Having the local kind of ownership. That's something that we are trying to understand at IRCAI, whether that can be possible with social impact bonds for AI.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of creating a system that would benchmark, that would benchmark countries against, I'm not saying against, but countries to countries or cities to cities, and then understand which city is actually, becoming smart, and then have that reassurance from investors that they can come in and invest with social impact funding. Sorry, I don't want to monologue.
No, it's a very good question. How do we bring this data together to measure our progress, right? Either within
that's the question,
across countries, right? Yeah, any comments on that from the panel? Go ahead, Dr. Assam.
I think one important challenge that we would also be seeing in LDC, LLDCs, and SIDS when it comes to having smart cities is basically the complexity in deploying the smart capabilities to the legacy infrastructures that they are there, which is, to me, a very important point, especially if the necessity infrastructure such as electricity and water, and those cities are suffering from not having. Another thing that I would also like to mention and emphasize on is basically the digital maturity of the citizens in those places. most likely this will be to some extent low, which will mean it will be more difficult for them and for the citizens themselves to benefit and utilize the services provided by smart cities. Last but not least is basically the ability to activate the smart insights once collected. So now we manage basically to educate the citizens, and the infrastructure is built. How can I really benefit from the insights that I'm generating from the data analytics, the IoT devices that are put, and all of that? This will, to me, needs what we call an operational transformation and not just basically implementing the technology. And I think this is very important and needs to be taken into consideration.
Right, it's very strategic. Ms. Abderrahim, I think you were going to make a comment as well. Ms. Soed Abderrahim, did you want to make a comment?
C'est juste pour parler un petit peu des jeunes start-upers que nous devons trouver l'investissement nécessaire et concrétiser leurs projets qui se basent sur l'intelligence artificielle. Actuellement, ces jeunes start-upers qui sont très connectés réellement, ils peuvent nous aider, nous, les maires, à avoir des nouvelles conceptions. Je parle là de plusieurs initiatives que nous avons vues avec nos jeunes et qu'ils ont besoin d'un financement pour concrétiser ces projets pour ce développement durable. Nous devons les encadrer et être très proches d'eux. Il y a quelques projets, par exemple, d'utilisation de l'énergie recyclable, de l'énergie photovoltaïque, comment développer des villes intelligentes tout en se basant sur, d'une part, sur la nature et d'autre part, sur l'intelligence artificielle. Donc, comment trouver cette relation bilatérale et avoir des nouveaux projets innovants pour les villes.
Thank you. Tania, did you want to comment also on the data challenges and justifying our progress towards the SDGs?
Yes, I wanted to stress that the most important thing for any city, big or small, closer to a very big city or isolated, is to have clear in mind what they want to become in the short, in the middle, and in the long term. The planification, that strategical vision will give the policymakers in the city to take the right decisions on which technologies to implement and where to put the effort, the economic effort, because it's not only about investing now, but also in the maintenance of those technological solutions. You can't just say, okay, let's put all the street lighting and we will connect it and we can do great things because technology allows for that. But what is the benefit for my society on doing that? Do I have a need to do this, or I'm just copying what any other city did? Then you first need to identify where is your weak points and also your strengths. What do you want to become? Do you want to become a leader on tourism? For example, we are promoting that in small rural areas in Spain to become smart tourist destinations and get the best of what they have and get data and use technology to get the data to take better decisions. And with this, we can offer the cities a very strong tool with these KPIs in U4SCCs to take these decisions and to get a better position when they face the accomplishment of sustainable development goals, and especially those to SDG 11, one, resilience. And this is, for example, with the COVID pandemic, we have faced that. The use of technology makes the citizens need for these technologies to reach their local governments and make in remote a lot of transactions and activities. And that is a good starting point, the modernization of the administration through digitalization. And again, there are a lot of publications in U4SCC. We have one dedicated, for example, to stress the potential of blockchain technology in building trust in cities. Just have a look and get inspired. Maybe that's a part of the solution.
Yeah, great. All right, let's open up a question. Let's get one of our participants to ask a question to our panelists. Does anyone have a question they want to ask? Okay. Do we want to open, can we open the floor, please? And I'll let some of our participants ask questions of our panel. We have just a few minutes, so I'm sorry we were running a little late, but it was a great discussion.
Oui, j'ai levé la main.
Yeah.
Bonjour à tous.
Okay, who's speaking?
Bonjour à tous, Hachim, je suis le ICT Director du Sénégal. Donc, en même temps, vice-chair au niveau de Study Group 20 pour l'Afrique, pour le groupe africain. Donc, je me réjouis vraiment du panel et de la qualité des interventions au niveau du panel. Et pour vous dire seulement, je veux dire l'engagement de nos gouvernements ou bien l'engagement qu'ils doivent avoir pour le concept de Smart City. Ce n'est pas pour l'Afrique une nouveauté ou bien un luxe, c'est plutôt une surpriorité dans la mesure où les questions environnementales, de santé et toutes les questions liées donc, au cadre de vie sont aujourd'hui gérées par ce qu'on appelle le concept de Smart City. Donc moi, je crois que l'Afrique doit encore davantage travailler pour une bonne vulgarisation du concept de Smart City parce que c'est un levier de développement essentiel et ça atteint directement les objectifs de développement. Merci, c'était seulement une contribution, pas une question. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for the translation.
Hello, can I have the floor?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Kunle Olorundare from Nigeria. I work with the Nigerian Communications Commission, and I'm really excited about this session this afternoon. Well, it is afternoon here in Nigeria. So I think this is a very good concept coming up in terms of discussions around smart cities and all of that. So I have two issues that I want to bring up because I listened to all the panelists, and I think I really appreciate all their presentations. I mean, they have given us a very good heads up, so to say. And I would like to ask that I think there is need to start thinking about something like a standard or a baseline for a smart city, so to say, so that if somebody mentions smart city, what comes to the mind can be enumerated in terms of, okay, smart city should have this, should have that, and I mean, in terms of, you know, infrastructures and so on and so forth. So I think that is something that is very, very important. And for the LDCs and let me say maybe African countries, I think the baseline should still be the same with the other part of the world, because I think when we talk about standard, it should be something like a baseline for everybody, for all the countries.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, I also want Mr. Kone, sorry, Dr. Kone, if I'm right, to please explain the concept of smart management, smart waste collection and management. Because during his presentation, I think about that time he was talking about that, the audio was very poor. So I would appreciate if he can maybe wrap that up too, maybe in few seconds. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, what I'm going to have to do is capture the answer to that question. I'm being asked that we have to end this session. My sincere apologies, but we will make sure your question gets answered via email. I want to thank Amanita for all the work she did to bring us all together, and our wonderful speakers, and the Mayor of Tunis for joining us. Thank you so much. This was a great session. So much wonderful things going on in our smart cities around the world. Keep innovating, folks. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.